Good evening. Tonight, we're doing the final MSQ stuff that we have in the game right now. Which is patch 6.4, also known as the Trial of Blade. Or that's what we call it at least. We're going to be doing that. And then side quest time, I suppose. I think one of the big things we'll be doing is clean up the inventory when we finish the MSQ, so that we're ready for side quests when we get to that. Hey Mia, hey Lemon, hey Tracy, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Level 50s, I'm pretty sure we have gear 57. I'm pretty sure. There we go. Something there. Thank you, Blue. Hey, Kwasari. Oh yeah, true, Lemon. It's been a month. Congratulations with the slightly fancier icon. Hey, and Tracy refreshed the membership. Thank you. And celebrating 4 months. Now that is wild. It's wild. Right. Currying flavor. What a quest. We have 9 quests left, by the way. Just a moment. Hey, Crow. Yeah, apparently we have the squad. Caetsu, 'tis good to see you. Have you any news from old Charlian? We've yet to hear from Stola regarding her search for a means to return to the void. I must confess that her silence has left me feeling restless. Nor am I alone in this. Estonian has such an excess of energy that he has been helping to train our soldiers with nary a grumble. As for Zero. She's here. Is something the matter? No. Caetsu paid us a visit, and so I was apprising her of recent developments, or the lack thereof. Are you heading somewhere? Aye. To replenish my ether. Zero, it's called eating. Would you like to come? Yes, I also enjoy consuming ether. Like people do. A rare but most welcome invitation. Timely too, I might add. I myself was thinking of venturing out into the city. It would be my pleasure to join you. You will accompany us, of course. Come then. I have an errand to run at the bazaar first. We have the squad. Oh, she says ether's very healthy, I think. I'm pretty sure that if you ate, like, in terms of Final Fantasy XIV logic, I'm pretty sure that ether is basically like magic nutrients, right? Like if you just consume ether, you get precisely the things that you require. In fact, so well that if you consume enough ether, you might actually just have the equivalent of like exercise by simply having all those nutrients in your body. Don't know for certain, but that's the impression I'm getting. So I would think that ether, like if you just consume pure ether, is like a superfood in a way, right? Lemon says, I have some snacks to replenish my ether. Unfortunately, they're not giant apples or full wedges of cheese or whole loaves of bread. They are cookies. Are they coffee biscuits, perhaps? I would imagine that just consuming ether would be extremely healthy. Exactly, magic calories that turn into whatever it is that your body craves. It's like electrolytes for people. I'm picking up some more spice. Miri told me to do so before my next visit. Mistress Zero has quite the tolerance, you see. The sisters know we Hanish are fond of spicy food, but I doubt any of us could keep up with her. With just the spices they normally have on hand, the main can't quite satisfy her, which is why I'm happy to provide what they need to achieve more rigorous flavors. Now then, variety being the spice of life, perhaps you'd like to choose something extra to blend with Mistress Zero's usual. It'll help to keep things interesting. What do you say? Fine by me. You can appreciate the nuances of this world's sustenance far better than I can, I expect. Oh boy, what do we choose? A colorful array of spices peer out from hempen sacks. The lustrous crimson powder. So that. Which one is which? We have is that the crimson powder? I suppose that's the crimson powder because it says little red husks, and that's certainly not powder. We have coarse yellow flakes and aromatic black corns. I don't mind spicy food, but I'm not super good at super spicy food myself. Now, I saw this and thought, well, obviously we're choosing the more pinkish colored stuff, but it says right here that it's just red. So now I'm not super sure what to pick. And Tracy says they all have the same effect. Do they have exactly the same effect? Like, I know that they'll have the same result. Well, if they have the same effect, then I'm pretty sure I chose a red one. I can't remember if I took the crimson or red one on my main. But let's take the flakes then. These flakes appear to have been grated from a thick root. Their sharp aroma suggests a bracing flavor. Actually, I want to see what the other ones say. Bright red in color, this powder is hot just to look at. It will likely induce a healthy sweat when consumed. These corns tickle your nose with their pungent yet enticing aroma. One can imagine them lending dishes an appetizing accent. These tiny husks give off a citrus-like scent. Perhaps they will imbue dishes with a zesty note. Sure, let's take the yellow flakes. We'll take the yellow ones like a lemon. Hey Green, how are you doing? Ah, that's a fine choice, but don't take my word for it. Here, have a taste. Zero may wish to observe your reaction. It would be considerate to sample the spice in her presence. Oof. You tentatively place some of the spice on your tongue. A jolt of fire courses through your entire body. Your reaction speaks volumes. That will suffice then. Always a pleasure, Mistress Zero, and do give Myriad my regards. I'll send them the check. I'll have them send a check. Are you having a party over there? Ymir dancing out into the air. Hmm.
My usual, please. But with this spice.
Imagine going into like a cafe or a restaurant and doing this. Also, that is a mischievous Smol Caetsu if I ever saw it.
Of course, Zero. It would be my pleasure. Well now, this is enough to make a whole kettle of your special curry.
I don't need that much.
Rest assured, it's easy enough to make a serving just for you. Or we could make the kettle and share it. There would be enough not only for your companions but other diners as well. I dare say everyone will be delighted.
Very well. A full kettle, then.
Excellent. We'll prepare it at once. And for your excellency and our esteemed adventurer, are you happy to try a bowl of Zero's curry? We can make yours milder if you prefer.
Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot fully appreciate the flavor with this vessel. Another time, perhaps.
I will need a bowl sent to my dragon body, please. One big enough that I will actually get full from it.
Do not hold back on my account, my friend. Eat and enjoy.
Then I'll have His Excellencies helping.
Understood. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
It gladdens me to see you taking to life in Radzatan, Zero. In the area of our cuisine, not least of all. Spicy dishes have long been favored in our sultry clime for their ability to whet the appetite and cool the body. Of course, spices also have the effect of preserving foods, which makes them highly coveted in foreign lands. All of this has given rise to a thriving spice industry, and the wealth it brings has allowed our nation to prosper while maintaining its neutrality.
So you trade your spices? Seems rather more complicated than trading in ether.
Well, in that case, Zero, you don't even want to know about currencies.
In the beginning, this land was no more than refuge for me. But now it is my home, and the people of Radzathan my beloved children. Together, we build this vibrant nation. And naught would please me more than to show it to my sister one day.
Lemon says just wait until Zero finds out about the market board. Tell you what, if the void turns into a thriving society one day, would they put taxes on ether transfers? And how would you pay your taxes on that?
Vibrant. Rubicante said the same when he described this world. A reminder of all that has been stolen from us. What many who remember doubtless yearn to take back.
Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
Nonetheless, it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. As I told Rubicante. As I found myself moved to speak. I still do not understand what made me feel this way. Nor what compels you mortals to help one another. But I hope to someday.
We too hope that you will find the answers you seek. What is going on?
What's happening?
Compliments of Mistress Zero, the Satrap's honored guest. We are serving a special curry for anyone who wishes to partake. But be warned, it is not for the faint of heart.
Oh, by all means, I'd welcome the challenge.
Sisters have mercy. The smell alone is...
Ah! It burns! It burns!
To better maintain the facade, the alchemists ensured that my vessel was capable of consuming food. However, I fear Zero's curry would test the limits of their design.
Apologies for the delay. Please relax and enjoy your meal.
Well, that does look nice.
Relax. I don't have time for that. I've been waiting for this. Come. Let's replenish our ether.
The way you say it, Zero. Yes, let's eat. I thought the spices we picked were perfect.
I trust you have eaten your fill. I shall have Merid prepare a meal for us to take to Estinian. I suspect he too is overdue a replenishment.
Of ether.
By this hour, he will have retired to his chambers at Magaduta. Come, let us pay him a visit.
The spice used... I feel like the spice used like a mage limit break even. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. That is true. That is certainly a whoopsie. The spicy curry has left you slightly flushed and set your heart racing, whatever challenges await. You are ready to face them head on, and with feeling. We've acquired a buff. Spicy Circulation 22, reforged by the flames of truly challenging curry. It's Curry Savage. Curry Ultimate. Is that 23 then? But despite how prepared we are for this, I think nearly no one was prepared for the cutscene that comes next. Housing in the Void. I mean, what's on the list? Crystarium housing, Moon housing, Charlian housing, Void housing? Also, Rubicante's point about there being no purpose in trying, they have to start over because the Void is lost, is a lot more interesting from the perspective, I feel, as the player character, especially if you did the raids in Shadowbringers, because the whole point of those raids is figuring out a way to reclaim the lost land. And you actually leave with that resolved. Like, actually resolved. So, Rubicante thinks, and everyone in the Void really thinks, there's nothing left in the Void. We can't fix it. Meanwhile, in the first, we already know that it can, like, the opposite can be fixed. We just need to figure out how to fix this perspective instead. It sounds like a job for crafters and gatherers. I mean, Angel, when Endwalker was about to release, as in when we started to see trailers and stuff, people were still talking about wanting Crystarium housing, and all we knew regarding housing was that the Firmament was going to finish with Endwalker and we would finally get Ishgard housing, which we did. Then they saw we go to the moon, and people immediately, and genuinely, they went in like the live stream where they presented the trailer. People went crazy going, moon housing when? I do believe Yoshi P said something like, we haven't even gotten to the Ishgard housing yet. Like, and before they finished, people also went Charlian housing. Like, they actually went like, can we have that too? Like, just imagine a child just sitting there eating dinner, and then someone walks by with a different dish that they're having, and the child goes, can I have that too? And then someone else comes over with a different dish, and the child goes, can I have that too? And the reason why it's a child is because it's a very childish way to do it, right? Can I have that? Can I have that? Can I also have that? Exactly, Angel. Can I have all the things? Welcome back. Master Estinian. Yes, he has returned to his chambers. I shall be happy to escort you.
Estinian, are you there? We've brought something for you.
Enter.
This is the actual Spice 22.
Squid masala from the Mehane. I thought you might enjoy it.
Masala, eh? I prefer my squid dried. But I'm sure it won't disappoint. My thanks. Idle as I am in our sorceress's absence, I see. I can't offer much in the way of entertainment, but make yourselves comfortable.
Shall we disrobe as well?
No, no. We simply caught our friend unprepared. He will make himself presentable at once, I am sure.
At last. We've been looking for you.
I just want to say that Zero isn't exactly out of line here. She's the outsider. She doesn't know what is the correct procedure when you enter a room with someone who isn't even wearing a shirt. So she just was like looking at the situation like, oh, are you supposed to not be wearing a shirt when you're visiting someone in this way? It's like, is that the standard? Like, is that how you're supposed to do it? Like, that is a fair question. Although, on the other hand, maybe Zero could have read the room and gone, well, no one else is doing anything, so I suppose this is alright. Don't ever let her meet Godbird. He never wears pants, does he? And also, hey, K-Black.
My friends, tell me, were you able to devise a way to return to the 13th?
I believe so. It required a visit to the moon, where I took the opportunity to enlist Orionge's assistance.
Ishtola hath told me all. I should be glad to help you free Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
If Rubicante spoke true, both Golbez and Ashdaya are on the moon of the 13th. Unlike here in the source, however, we have no means of making the journey from the surface of the star itself. The technology simply does not exist. Therefore, I propose that we employ a gate to deliver us directly to our destination.
Is such a feat possible?
In theory. Having once been a single hole, the source and its reflections share striking similarities in geography. And according to a certain someone who unceremoniously whisked us away to the first, the same locations across the worlds are intrinsically bound. All of which is to say, were we to pass through a gate on the source's moon, it should lead us to the moon of the 13th. Of course, there is the risk of Voidsent gaining entry to our world. Thus did I decide to seek Orionge's counsel.
Both the Watcher and the Loporrits are aware of our proposed endeavor. While they are yet deliberating precautionary measures, they have pledged their full cooperation.
You've been busy. I presume you've also found a way to open this gate.
Be it in Radzat-Han or Sharlayan, scholars have long cast their gaze unto the endless dark of the void. And so, with Harnish insights to augment our knowledge, we have indeed conceived of a promising plan to pierce the veil. A plan I am confident will succeed, precisely because the moon is our stage.
The preparations will be extensive, and we will require vast quantities of ether. After all, our gate must be large enough to accommodate another great worm. My proposal entails delivering copious amounts of ether to the Tower of Babel in Garlemald. As you will recall, Fandaniel used the structure to destroy the brand's imprisoning Zodiac, and we, in like manner, will use it to channel ether to the moon, and thereby open our gate.
I see. Then we shall need someone on the moon for the necessary rituals.
Just so, Your Excellency. I intend to head back anon for that very purpose, as well as to help devise our strategy to deal with invading Voidsent. Along with our lunar allies, we will once again require the assistance of your alchemists, Nidana not least of all. May I trouble you to serve as their escort?
Fine by me. The room was beginning to feel constraining.
For my part, I shall oversee the requisite tasks on the star. Might I prevail upon you for your assistance?
If all are in agreement, then let us set to work. We'll open our gate, and we will stop Golbez.
Bum bum. The Dark Throne. Sharo says her knowledge of the Source's world is likely to a newborn or 6-year-old. Yeah, like that is a good point. She has very little opportunity to know very much, right? That much makes sense. And she mostly will only know about the things she has seen or actually asked about, which doesn't help either. Also, Angel says, I recently went back to my roots of being Zayla, so I have the privilege of remaking all of the portraits with the flawless system that we have. Well, the thing is that while the portrait system might seem extremely janky and inconsistent with the way that it breaks all the time, it is actually completely consistent. The reason, I think, the reason why they make it so that you have to remake, like resave the portrait whenever you make the slightest little change is because it's sort of like an insurance to know that the portrait looks like you want it to. Like, if I changed what hat I'm wearing, so like I replaced the glasses with a hat, then I would need to actually open the portraits menu, go in, click edit, save, to basically acknowledge I know that I changed my hat and I want you to show that, I want it to reflect that. The problem is, of course, that there is no button to just auto accept. Like, that would be pretty nice to have that. Angel, you had changed something. 100% chance. The typical reason when people say, I didn't change anything and it broke, is you changed a ring, or a bracelet, or a necklace, and your glamour plate looks like this. So you can't even see that I have a necklace, because my chest piece hides it, right? But if I change the necklace, the game will acknowledge that I changed the necklace, and according to the portrait, it's different. And it's almost like, most of the time when I've heard people complain about it, if I could get a hold of them and ask why ask if they changed their accessories or something, the answer is almost always yes. The necklace does show up in the armor. Oh, you're right. I just didn't look very closely. I just looked at this and saw there was no necklace. You're right. Okay, so let me change that. You could be wearing a chest piece where you can't actually see the necklace. You could do that. And you could change the necklace and the game would say, hey, you changed your necklace even though your outfit looks exactly the same. It will still say you changed something. You have to you have to do it again. If your glamour plate actually fills out every single slot, except the shield. That one is unnecessary unless you're a paladin, pretty much. If you have all of them filled out and you apply it and just save the portrait, it will always update correctly if you always make sure that your glamour plate is applied. Yeah, that is a really good point, Angel. It is probably because you clicked save and then applied your glamour, for example. Like, if you change anything about the appearance of your gear, then the portrait will break. Anything. If you make sure the appearance is precisely the same, meaning that you have, your Emperor's new necklace or whatever, then it will not break. We've had Smol Kai's portraits break like a few dozen times throughout this journey, and it has always been because I forgot something. And it has almost always been this. It's very consistent. Now, the reason why, if you change your character's race or gender, that it can't possibly remember your portrait is also because, like, most of these are going to look different based on your race. Might have different lengths as, like, total, like, play lengths. So, that doesn't work either. Most of these will look slightly different. So, like, it's just not applicable to just copy-paste over. Not to mention that the exact position of the camera might just mean that, like, if you switch from, like, a male aura to a Lalafell, then where the camera would be situated would just be pointing at nothing. And I believe that the intent is that the face is on the portrait, so that wouldn't work, right? But yeah, my recommendation, Angel, is to take an extra look through all of your glamour plates and make sure that every slot on the glamour plate is filled out. And one that I commonly have to deal with on my main is the weapon. Because I use role outfits in contrast to job outfits. So I don't have a weapon in my glamours. So I need to separately glamour that. And if I don't, then the portrait breaks. And I'm just saying, if your portraits break all the time, and you don't know why, then it's probably something in your glamour plates, is my guess. If one and all are ready, then let us set forth, our preparations to complete. If I may, I beg a moment to exchange this vessel for its grown counterparts. It is in the keeping of alchemists of the High Crucible. Of course, we shall accompany thee thither, and thence begin our journey. Charo says, best would be that the portraits just tell you what the problem is, so no one can say they did everything right or wrong. That is true. The key problem here is more so that the portrait doesn't actually explain what the problem is. That would be a lot more helpful than anything else you could do. The most helpful thing would be to simply have the portrait explain what the problem is. And I do agree on that. Like, what I'm saying is, from what I can tell, the portrait doesn't break randomly. I've never had it break randomly. Every time it has broken, I have been able to trace back what caused it to break. Every time. For that reason, I argue that it does not break randomly. However, that does not excuse the fact that a lot of players are having trouble with the portraits because the portraits don't explain what the problem is, right? Like, that is a completely separate problem, and like the things the portrait system is missing, like the things are like, tell me what the problem is, let me auto-accept, like just let it auto-accept that yes, I changed gear. Like, just let it accept that and change and, like, update the portrait automatically. Maybe give a warning. A bit more of a clear warning when the portrait breaks. Instead of just telling you when you enter a dungeon. Because you enter the dungeon, go, my portrait. And by the time you finish the dungeon, you've forgotten. My apologies for the delay. My, that is a striking simulacrum indeed. Well suited to the work ahead, I doubt not. Allow me to explain your Stoller's plan in greater detail. Blink. As you know, we seek to open a void gate in Mare Lamentorum, that we might gain direct passage to the moon of the 13th. Whilst our comrades labor upon the moon, we must needs accomplish two tasks. The first is the procurement of a substantial quantity of ether, and subsequent delivery of it onto the Tower of Babel. Said structure was once used to siphon the land's essence by way of the Telophoroi spires. Such a method, however, does pose an unacceptable risk to the greater ethereal balance of our world, thus must we seek an alternate means of conveying our requisite resource. A second task doth pertain to the use of the Tower of Babel itself. You may recall that this portal onto the moon was placed under the supervision of the Ilsavad contingent. If we would employ it to different ends, we must first obtain the contingent's express permission. I should like to believe they would not refuse us, so perhaps we should concern ourselves with the ether problem first. Have you any idea whence we might source the vast quantity needed? Aye, a likely location does come to mind. Let us make for the airship landing. There, I shall reveal more. I cannot walk and talk, you see. So, let's walk over there and talk some more. Hoshi's back with food. Nice. But I do agree that the portrait system isn't perfect, but given that they literally put it out originally as like a beta test, but they put it just on the game with all the jank, it seems like they prioritized getting the system out to the players over making it perfect first. And on the one hand, that is a really risky move. On the other hand, I feel like this is a result of how the player base tends to be like, gimme on everything they see. That the development team just becomes, okay, it's not finished, but okay, here you go, just take it. Knock yourselves out. And then, of course, the resulting extra problem with that is then that people say, this is broken. The development team then says, yeah, what did you expect? All are present and accounted for. Excellent. We shall travel to Sharlian, and thence see the nearby Isle of Ham. Near onto the surface of this isle do rivers of ether converge. The churning energy of this confluence is released by the way of geysers. Originally, the Ragnarok was to be powered by ether harvested from the isle. But, as well you know, an alternate power source was ultimately found for the vessel. Passage onto Ultima Thule, to the very limits of existence, was facilitated by not less than the strength of the Mother Crystal herself. As such, the Isle of Harm's vast ether deposits remain untouched. We may help ourselves to that energy, provided we are able to secure the Forum's permission. Yet again, with needing permission, is nothing straightforward in this world. Such is the nature of politics, I fear, and as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have been officially disbanded, no longer are we a recognized collective, a somewhat disadvantaged position, bureaucratically speaking. Fortunately, however, there's a recognized and respected body upon which we might prevail. The students of Baldesian. Upon arriving in Sharlayan, let us seek our friends at the Annex. Yeah, you should probably have thought about that before you disbanded the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, shouldn't you? Yeah, I think Hoshi has a good point. Putting it out to more people can help find bugs easier. Like, I'm pretty sure that a lot of the gripes that players have found with the portrait system are things that the development team would have never thought about themselves. Like, as I said, I can see every time that I've had a portrait break on me. I know exactly why it breaks. But a lot of other players don't. Which means that if the development team had asked me what the portrait system needed, I would probably never have thought about, oh, maybe you should have it report exactly what it is that breaks. Because I know what breaks. Like, I don't actually need the error report because I already know why it broke. And the developers might do that too. So they would never think about that. But by putting it out to the players, the players can find the bugs. Now, the problem is that the players then go, why did you release a broken feature? And that is a different story entirely. And yeah, exactly, Sharo. Gimme! Okay, but it's unfinished. It's broken! Yes. Fix it! We're trying. But now! I want it now. You can't both have it now and also have it perfectly fixed immediately. Like, it's the same as when people get mad that a game gets a delay, but then also complain when games are released unfinished. Like, the reason why the game's released unfinished is specifically because the teams get like pushed too much. Yeah, exactly, Hoshi. Oh, we need the game out on time. We promised this date. Releases it. Oh, it's broken. Takes ages to fix it. I do believe it has gotten better since, right? I've heard that Cyberpunk eventually became good. But that's the same idea. That's also the reason why, in the other end, Endwalker was postponed by 2 weeks because it wasn't good enough. It wasn't ready. It was postponed by 2 weeks. And I agree, Angel. I would also rather have a game delayed than get a buggy mess. However, I will say that the portrait system was neat when it was released. Like, I didn't mind that. If I remember correctly, the portrait system was released in beta and was only used for Crystalline Conflict. And it was partly because Crystalline Conflict was released at the same time as the portrait beta was released, so they had sort of just baked that into the system, like the character introductions was employing the portrait system, so it made sense to release them together. Welcome back, Caetsu. What brings you here today, and in such colorful company? Greetings, Ojika. On this occasion, we are come to seek the student's assistance in a matter of some urgency. In that case, you'll want to speak with Kryl. She's in the main hall, sorting through our archives. There's a visitor with her at the moment, but it's no one you don't know, so feel free to show yourself in.
Now, if it isn't two of my dearest friends. As for the other two, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
Not in this vessel, perhaps. 'Tis I, Vashan. Though, you are welcome to call me Vritra, if you prefer.
Pay me no mind. I merely accompany them.
I pray you forgive us our intrusion. If you are occupied, we shall call again anon.
It's quite all right. We've just finished swapping all our secrets anyway. Erenville occasionally comes and shares the latest Gleaner gossip, you see. From forgotten ruins to mysterious relics, if there's aught that might be of interest to the students, he kindly lets us know.
Alas, I must soon depart on an expedition. As I may be away for an extended period, I wish to give Kryl fair warning. Hence my visit today.
I see. There are specimens that want for procuring, I presume?
No, it isn't guildship business, but rather... homecoming. But enough about me. You have business too, yes? And I'm in the way.
Far from it. As a matter of fact, we should be grateful if you could stay and share your knowledge of the nearby isles with us. We seek a means to travel to the Void. There, a man named Golbez plots to invade our world. A man who even now holds my sister hostage. To that end, we require a great quantity of ether, which we understand may be had on the Isle of Ham. We came in the hope of exploring how it might best be procured.
An invasion from the 13th? Must the stakes always be so dramatic?
You have a knack for finding trouble. If Gleaners collected world-ending crises, you could make quite a name for yourself in our profession. It's true the Isle of Ham is a veritable font of ether, but as it's under the Forum's direct jurisdiction, only a privileged few get to set foot there. I myself haven't.
So if we want to help ourselves to the Isle's ether, we'll need to secure the Forum's permission. Very well. The students of Baldessian recognize your endeavors as combating a grave threat to the world. As representative, I hereby pledge our full assistance. Now that it's official, you may leave the politics and paperwork to me. Our operations remain small, but we shouldn't meet any undue resistance.
We are truly grateful.
If I may. According to the original plan for the Exodus, ether collected from the Isle of Ham was to power the Ark. Art thou perchance familiar with the logistics of this endeavor?
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Nor do I think any Gleaner would. You might have better luck asking someone involved with the Ark's construction. Margaret, for instance. She's a researcher in Charlene Hamlet. I met with her for a job recently, and she mentioned working on the Ragnarok's propulsion system. You could do worse than to seek her out while awaiting the Forum's verdict.
We may well do just that. Our gratitude for thine advice, and may this threat be but a memory upon thy return.
You're quite welcome. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
I best start drafting our petition. Go on and find your researcher. I'll contact you as soon as we've made progress.
Let us leave matters here to Mistress Kryl and hie ourselves to Labyrinthos.
Bureaucracy savage engaged.
Right then, time to put our best foot forward. Oh. A pity you can't tidy yourself. I should have had Ishtola enchant you when I had the chance. And what have we here? Later, Kryl, later. You've work to do.
It's an invitation to Smash Bros. That is a very good point, Lemon. Lemon says, I think people forget that game devs are people too. People forget that basically anything they can interact with on the internet might have a person on the other side, of the screen. It's very easy to forget that. It's a very interesting example is that, and this is very specific, but a very specific contrast between World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV is that in World of Warcraft, greeting everyone at the start of the dungeon, you know, just a classic hello or hi is not common. Like, it is very common if you land in a random dungeon of some sort for everyone to be completely silent unless something goes wrong, which means just invite you so you can come along if you want. But it means that your first interaction in the dungeon is going to be when something goes wrong. And because the other players aren't saying anything, it makes them feel non-human, like they might as well be machines, as far as you are concerned mentally. In Final Fantasy XIV, I'm pretty sure... Oh, that's fine, Krasari. We can figure out who... Well, I just invited you also because we have everyone that is around here in the party. Sometimes people talk in the party chat. But yeah, in Final Fantasy XIV, it is pretty common for everyone to say at least hi or hello at the start of the dungeon. I believe I've heard from Gazel and Orion that on the Japanese data centers, people tend to say more than just hello. Like, they say, you know, what amounts to let's do our best, or thank you for having me, or whatever, like more than a single word. And that very, very small short exchange humanizes the other characters around you in the dungeon. And that, I am actually pretty confident, has an effect of making people slightly less likely to just dunk on each other for the simplest little mistake. It's very small, but it makes a huge difference to just say something before you start playing. Like, it's not much, but it matters. It really, really matters. So Lemon has the right of it when they say that people forget that game devs are people too. People forget that other players in MMOs are people too, so that is not a surprise, is it? And Cher also came with a better example with No Man's Sky. Exactly. A thing that No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk actually has in common is that both of the games can hardly be mentioned without bringing up that they were kinda bad when they released. And that means that anyone has not heard that they've gotten better since needs to have that explanation. A lot of people have chosen to not invest in the games because all they know is that they were bad on release. Can't remember where the quote originates from, but it's something like a delayed game will be good eventually, whereas a game that releases too soon is forever bad. Like, it is nearly impossible to get rid of the bad rep that the game gets. That is probably also why Final Fantasy XIV's solution was, let's not try to fix this, let's just work on a new product, like start over completely. Yeah, exactly, was Miyamoto. Start over completely, so as soon as we have that sort of ready, we close this game completely, give it a little break, and then we can start over with a new name. Note, Final Fantasy 1.0 was Final Fantasy XIV Online, and 2.0 is Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn. It was never online. It is a totally different game. Trust me. Wink. To distance themselves from this. Angel mentioned something about Odin getting nerfed the patch after reporting some bug, I guess. Yeah, reporting bugs is a good idea. The reason why, so I mentioned on Discord that I stumbled upon a bug in the collective unconscious tooltip. The only reason why I didn't report it is because I'm not sure if I should, because I couldn't find how to write the report. Because you're not actually supposed to report text-based bugs with the in-game bug report. You're supposed to go on the forums, and I could not be bothered. This game isn't online. Well, I mean, it's not the name. Visitors, how delightful! If you require assistance, then ask away. It so happens you've caught me in my post-deadline bliss. Forgive us the abruptness of our inquiry, but 'tis our understanding that thou had charge of the Ragnarok propulsion systems. We should like to know how ether harvested at the Isle of Harm was to be stored and transported to the Ark, if the disclosure of such information is permitted. Oh, it's no bother at all. We built special tanks that can store ether, just like we use casks to store wine. Simple, really. Simple, but quite brilliant in construction. They rivaled even crystals for etheric capacity. A pity we never got to use them. Ah, how muddled and distant the memory. When Doom's deadline loomed large and we extricated ourselves from a waist-high mire of work only to end up chin-deep in another. I was at one with the world, a conduit for the energies of creation. But now I'm truly alive. Who would have thought that sleeping in a bed and eating warm meals could make such a difference? Why, I feel positively functional. I dare say it rivals the thrill of dancing on the knife edge of failure. We are glad for you. Quite. On the subject of the ether tanks, do you know what became of them? What did become of them? For the life of me, I can't seem to remember. Oh, but I do remember someone who might remember. He should be back by now. Just look for the fellow wearing an outfit that screams, "I've been on vacation and you haven't." Very well, we shall seek out this conspicuous colleague of thine. Our sincerest gratitude, Margaret, and do look after thyself. Come, let us seek out this individual attired in a manner suggestive of recent furlough. Chavro wrote in-game, students after the final exams are like this scientist. True. Both the part where they are borderline, might be borderline insane, and also the part where if you ask them about anything for the exam they prepared for after the exam, the brain just blanks and goes, I don't know. Like the brain just ejected all of the information the instant it was no longer needed. The phase that launched our teeny tiny toy boat. How have you been, Kaitsu? Able to catch a bit of rest? Well, if I don't know about the ether tanks, who the Bjerg's name would? Born right in my very own workshop they were. A pleasure as always, Master Coco. I trust thy respite proved rejuvenating. And then some, but I won't bore you with the details, at least not without a drink in me. So, why the interest in our little old tanks? Permit me to explain. And then Urianger explained. I see. Think I've got the long and short of it. It goes without saying, but we all owe you more than we can ever repay. If you need our ether tanks, then they're at your disposal. There's just one problem. You need the forum's approval to set foot on the Isle of Harm. Were it up to me, you'd be on the next ship out, but that lot can't wipe their asses unless it's in accordance with procedural motions. You may be assured that my backside is immaculate. Thaliak's thumping thighs, Master Fortunal, and Scholark Montagane. What a surprise! Pardon the intrusion. The forum has deliberated your petition, and we decided to deliver our verdict directly. You have been granted special dispensation to travel to the Isle of Harm for the purposes of aetheric extraction, on one condition. On account of its rich deposits of ether, the isle is home to throngs of vicious beasts. We ask that you call any such creatures you encounter. That's all? Given the vast amount of ether we seek, I expected a far higher price. Oh, believe me, we do not underestimate the value of what you desire. Nay, we simply owe the students of Baldesion and their esteemed collaborators a debt of gratitude, and we felt that expediting your request was a suitable way to repay it. A debt of gratitude? We have taken the liberty of arranging your passage to the Isle of Harm. Your vessel awaits in Scholar's Harbor. Then I'd better get those ether tanks loaded onto the airship. We'll be ready to take them where you need, assuming it's safe. I shall head back to the annex, but should you need anything else, don't hesitate to call. Enjoy dinner, Tracy. Yeah, the teeny tiny toy boat. That's what the Lovrits named the boat. And here we are, suddenly back in Charlian.
Bound for the Isle of Harm. You look like the ones Master Fortuno told me to expect. If you're ready to depart, then so am I. Just say the word.
Is something the matter?
Hey, it's an echo.
I did recruit one other to our party, but he is late to arrive.
Forgive me my delay.
Thancred? 'Tis good to see you.
if it isn't Varshan. They do grow up so quickly. Urianger tells me we have a host of exciting new tribulations to face. And you must be Zero. I've heard all about your daring do in Garlemald. A pleasure.
Hat tip.
Apart from strengthening our company with his redoubtable skill at arms, Thancred may also serve as a mentor in those matters that trouble thee. I speak of the intangible forces which bring souls together. Thancred is possessed of experience both unique and insightful that I am sure he would gladly share with thee. Thou needst but ask.
This is Thancred. The Ether font now accessible. I want to check something real quick. Ah. That was what I was wondering about, because in most of the like Endwalker story stuff, whenever they've been like, oh, there's one other guy that we needed, and then like player 4 happens to turn up, it's exactly like, oh, well, we have a DPS, a healer, and a tank, and one of them can multi-role to like fill in the blanks. But I was looking at our group like, well, we have a healer and a DPS, and our Satrap can multi-role, so that shouldn't be a problem, right? And Urianger has also been seen to multi-roll, so that shouldn't be a problem. And then Thancred rolls up some like, but wait, we already have plenty, but that is exactly the thing. We already have plenty. The only situation where you need to have the Satrap in your party is if you're a DPS, because Thancred... No, if you're a tank, because Thancred cannot DPS for some reason. My turn! My turn! It is his turn! Yep. I don't know if anyone has done the This is Sparta with Thancred instead, but it wouldn't surprise me if they had. My turn! The polar bears. There's a really big contrast with the big wolf-like monster beasts and the very cute polar bears. Alright, so Jade mentioned in the party chat that they're taking a little slow because Oshi is not super used to being a healer, and that is alright. We are not pressed for time. I'm pretty confident that we will finish in good time. with the MSQ. My personal perspective on learning as a healer, or a tank for that matter, is usually to just like jump into the deep end and try your best and only pull less if things go wrong. But I understand that Shade and Hoshi might prefer to take a bit more relaxed time, and that is totally fine. So we don't need to do mega pulls. It's totally fine for me. I just appreciate knowing that before we start, simply because otherwise I would sit on all of my cooldowns being like, why aren't we pulling more? Like, just knowing beforehand that we're only pulling one pack at a time makes it a lot easier to plan as a DPS. Yeah, my typical perspective is if I have a Sprout healer in my group, I will sometimes ask them, but in most cases I will simply pull big, and then if we wipe, I'll just take the blame for it. And we've talked about this on Discord before, but yeah, basically my strategy when I have a new healer in my party is to pull as if they know exactly what they're doing. And then if it turns out that they don't know what they're doing, I'll just take the blame. I was the one who pulled without asking. And the reason why I do that is because if you think about it from the healer's perspective, you're in a party of 4 players. The tank asks you, should this dungeon take more time than it needs to? You as the healer can choose to say, please pull less, I'm a little scared, but then you are the reason why the group is going to take longer. Or you can say, no, it's fine, I'll manage, it's okay, and then you're in over your head, but you accepted it. You said yes, you signed the contract, now it's your fault if you're not good enough, right? Like, hypothetically, is how it might feel. And for that reason, I would rather wordlessly take this conversation and simply do the big pull, and then maybe we'll do it or maybe we won't. But simply by not bringing it up in the first place, I remove the possibility that the healer will be put on the spot to have to choose. I messed up the order on Gaiskagul and Jump, it seems. Oh well. But yeah, that is the reason. The sole reason why I typically don't ask. Because it means that I avoid putting the healer in that awkward position. That's also the point, as Angel says. If the healer themselves unprompted requests pulling less, that is of course a different story. But if you ask the healer, then you're demanding that they make a decision. Uh-oh. I thought I had more time. Well, it looks like Shade is our healer now. Yeah, the trick, Orion, is that I don't ask. I just go. And then if we wipe, then I'll just say, like, I'll just take the blame. It's that easy. By me taking the blame, it means that the healer isn't, like, I just say that it was my fault before anyone has any time to point fingers and say, oh, you messed up. Why didn't you heal more? And that way, you, like, and the thing is that I will be in the position of being able to take the blame. Like, I don't mind people getting mad about it, especially because if I'm taking the blame, I'm also automatically lampshading the situation. The DPS and the healer don't get to point fingers at me and say, what are you doing? If I already said, sorry, that was me, I messed up. Like, it takes all of the pressure out of the situation. And then you just, like, in most of my experiences doing that, if we wipe because of me pulling big, when I bring up and say I'll pull less next try, in most of my experiences, the healers have flipped the situation on me and said, no, roll that back, let's do it again. I can do this. Let me have another go. And then we pull it again, exactly as is. And I think, my guess is that part of the reason is that they feel a lot less afraid of failing when they can see that the tank has got their back, right? Like, oh, if I mess up, the tank is just going to take the blame. So I'm safe. I'm okay to mess up here. Because the tank the tank is covering me. The tank is tanking the blame game. But yeah, my point is that it can be that socially it can be difficult to be the weaker player, because saying that that you want the group to pull less is somewhat also wordlessly implying that you're requesting that the dungeon takes longer. And if you're not great at the game, but you realize that you're making that, like, that you're causing that, then you're likely to say, no, pull more, even though you don't feel comfortable doing that. If the tank's a warrior, it actually is their fault, though. No, not necessarily. Remember, warrior is invincible-ish for 8 seconds. 8 seconds is the key number here. 8 seconds, and then they're normal mortals for 17 seconds. So if you're taking a huge amount of damage and your healer is not doing anything for those 17 seconds, it might eventually no longer be possible for even a warrior to hold on. Of course, that is like specific cases, because in many situations the warrior has enough tools to hold on for a surprisingly long time without any healer intervention at all. But the part where people claim that warriors are completely impervious to damage and death is not true. That is only brief moments. Like, if Paladin's Hallowed Ground had a 25-second cooldown, that would basically be what Warrior has. But that still means that you have about 15 to 17 seconds where you're not immortal. And yeah, Equilibrium and Thrill of Battle helps too, but those combined typically only heals you for about half of your HP. So depending on how much damage you're taking, Warrior can actually die through their cooldowns, right? So many cooldowns. Hey Cal, how are we doing? Unfortunately, Cal, these rewind replay streams are a lot longer, so you have the majority of the streams to look forward to. Oh boy. This part of this boss is always so hard as a melee, I feel. Oof. Come back! I tend to find it somewhat easy to manage this fight without really losing any GCDs as a warrior, but that is mainly because of how much I play warrior specifically. And hey, Sig, how are you doing? Lemon says... actually, Orion says, I once had a healer who thought Paladin was some kind of self-healing god, and he was expecting me to just not need any healing, and spend all requiescent windows on spamming heals on myself. Well, actually, a thing that is worth noting there is that, while it probably wouldn't help much if you had to, like, spam heal yourself all the time, but requiescent actually doesn't... it only makes your clemencies instant now. It actually has no impact on the potency of your clemencies. It used to do that, but I can't remember if it was with Endwalker or with the rework of Paladin during Endwalker that they changed it. But now, like before, at least before the rework, the way that it worked is that Requiescent added like 50% potency to all of your magic, which included clemency. Now it just makes your spells instant, and then the spells themselves have things like, oh, if this spell is cast with Requiescent up, it actually gets to do this potency instead. And for Holy Spirit, I believe the potency is like 100% more, and with Holy Circle I believe it's 200% more. But because they work like that, it of course means that Clemency doesn't really get anything. Like the only thing Clemency get, and the key thing is Clemency eats the stacks. Like Clemency will actually spend your Requiescent stacks. That much is true. But Clemency does not actually get anything aside from becoming instant. Like your Clemencies become instant if you use it with Requiescent. But they don't actually heal for more. But they used to. That went really well. Oh, did a big pull and we're basically all healthy. Very nice. Good job, Nelva. Sig also mentioned, I agree, I found it tedious when first playing this dungeon with my monk. Yeah, I get that. Oh, cutscene. Sig also says, wouldn't weaving clemencies make you lose offensive GCDs? You have to remember that players like this, who thinks that other jobs can just do their jobs for them, they forget that they don't actually care that it comes at a cost elsewhere. It's like tanks, we talked about this on Discord earlier, tanks deliberately choosing to not use defensives because they want the healer to be healing and not attacking. Don't ask. I do not know how they come to this conclusion. I can't possibly explain that ever. But they exist. I don't know. It's like the opposite coin of a healer going, I refuse to attack. Or worse, somehow worse, a healer going, I don't feel like healing. Because you can heal yourself, right? Hey, Licky! This mechanic is always funny if you're looking too hard on your hotbars and then you remember that you have to move in the last moment. Lemon, the unfortunate reality is that there is... Whoops, I completely messed up my rotation there. There is no logical explanation. It's just a person who is in a bad... who's angry over something. Like... it's like people getting mad at you for a minor mistake because someone else ruined their day earlier. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. The person is angry at something else and are just choosing to bring it out on you. That is basically what it boils down to. Like, people genuinely writing comments on some of my videos saying that they believe that openers are completely pointless because the game is too easy. I usually picture them being recently booted from a group because they didn't do enough damage. That is a possibility. I'm taking the blame for it. It's the same deal. They're just mad about something else, right? Exactly. They're forgetting that the other players on the screen are people. Precisely. Nope. It's this one. Oof. My Dragon Sight didn't come out on time because macro shenanigans and a bad spell queue. Meh. Angry. Angry. Silly, goofy Dragon Sight. There we go. I use Shirk so rarely that I would never bother macroing it. I would rather just target the other person. Yeah. Angel says I'm molding in Savage because of poor design around White Mage's Blood Lily. What's the poor design there? In Shadowbringers, Blood Lily was badly designed. In early and like at the very start of Endwalker, Blood Lily was badly designed. Now, it's actually fine. The problem is that optimizers ruined it. Let me explain that one. In Shadowbringers, Blood Lily did 3 times the damage of Glare. But to use Blood Lily, you had to use a regular Lily 3 times and then use the Blood Lily, which means that it took 4 casts to use Blood Lily, which meant that it was a DPS loss. At the start of Endwalker, they actually boosted the damage of Blood Lily, I believe, to 1200 potency, which meant that it was better than 4 Glares. Glare 1s, namely, which had been nerfed from 300 to 290 potency. Which was fine until you remember that Glare 3 does 310 potency, meaning that Blood Lily was technically worse than 4 Glares again. By like 40 potency, alright? It was like so little, but it was enough for the Savage raiding community of White Mages going, technically it's a DPS loss to use it. Which caused enormous MP issues for White Mages because they were not incentivized to use their Lilies because DPS loss, and both the Lilies themselves and Blood Lily, each being free, had a direct impact on your MP spending because like now, because you get 3 Lilies per minute, that is 1600 MP you don't have to spend on Glare. 1600. Like, it is so much that without this detail, White Mage is the worst at MP management of the healers. With this consideration, White Mage is the best at MP management. Like, you think Astrologian has infinite MP, you should meet White Mage. I don't know why you would want piety on a White Mage, honestly. It is insane how much MP they get. But then, like 1 patch into Endwalker, they changed it so that Blood Lily does 1240 potency, precisely the same damage as 4 Glares. Now, before this change, Blood Lily had a specific use case in using it during raid buffs, because technically being able to cast almost 4 Glares like this during raid buffs is better than not being able to do that, but it came at a cost, right? Now that Blood Lily is just as good as 4 Glares, this was incentivized. Use 3 Lilies and then use Blood Lily with raid buffs whenever you can. Because it's a DPS gain to do that. A little silly. I think that yeah, that is a good point, Angel, that it puts White Mage in a little bit of an awkward spot because it directly attaches their DPS options to their healing options. On one hand, attaching your attacking capability to your healing is cool healer design. You're incentivized to heal, to attack, and because your Blood Lily is as good as it is, white mages are sort of incentivized to just drop healing at a drop of a hat. Just because, right? Just use a lily for the sake of using it, just throw it out there. Which actually gives white mage this aesthetic of being a healer that is so bursting with healing capacity that it just heals passively. Like you can't stop yourself from healing. That is how much white mage heals, is that it will just randomly throw out a raid wide heal because it's a DPS game to do that. Which I think is really cool and is really much up the alley of what white mage looks like it's supposed to be. As I've described it previously, the thing that makes white mage somewhat easy to approach as a healer is that most of its toolkit is like 15 different ways to heal a lot. You have like one thing that isn't a heal, or something like that, right? Basically every single button you have heals. And this isn't exactly the case for the other healers. They tend to have like some weirdness with their heals. That makes it more complicated. But white mage is incentivized to just throw out heals all over the place. Because they get damage from doing it. Well, sort of. Like, if you use your Blood Lily during raid buffs, you gain a damage boost from doing it. In any other situation, it's technically just damage neutral. And I do think that Ymir has a good point. Why not just make the Blood Lily outright better? Like, that would make it even simpler, and you know how much it would take to make it so that using your lilies, so you never cap, and use Blood Lily on cooldown, well, as often as you can, is if it did 1241 potency, then it would be a DPS game to do that. Exactly, Licky and Ymir beat me to it. One potency, just one, and all the optimizers would be like, hey, use it on cooldown. And Cheryl, that's alright. Thank you for coming along. Thank you so much. Kitsuneko, my advice, it sounds like you're very scared of healing because it's very overwhelming. My advice is pick up Conjurer, if you haven't already, get it to level 15, and then use duty support to practice dungeons with NPCs, so you don't fail. You can't bring Angel with you there, so that's going to be a little awkward, but try it. If Angel can bring some of their friends too, you can get a full party, right? Hey, Hazian. Bleed! But I see what you mean, Angel, with the optimization.
Much obliged for clearing the way. We'll get to work at once. Filling these up will take a good while. I appreciate it if you stood watch till we finished. I ain't getting chewed to chum by some ether-bloated bugger.
Oh, by the by, where were you planning on putting these to use? We could deliver them by airship, see? Provided it ain't too far.
We would need them transported to Galimon, to the Tower of Babel.
Ah, that's a long old journey. Too long for a direct flight. Tell you what, we'll send them over with the scheduled shipment of provisions headed that way. I'll make the arrangements as soon as we get back. Save some poor chocobos having to drag this lot through the snow.
You have our thanks. We shall not forget your generosity.
Everything seems to be proceeding apace. I dare say you would have been fine without me.
Why would you say such a thing? You are not bound by contract or the threat of force, and you gain no advantage by devaluing your own contribution. Yet you must be bound by something to speak thus. What is it?
What binds me? A belief, I suppose. Born of our shared struggles. No matter where my comrades go, I have faith they will be fine. For I know that they will walk their chosen path as surely as I walk mine. I trust them, in short. Trite though it may sound.
Trust.
Hat tip?
I remember the word. How long has it been since last I used it? It had no place in my dealings. Not with other Voidsent, and certainly not with Xenos. Not even in the time before darkness engulfed the world. Full often did Memoriates betray their own, corrupted by the very power they wielded. You could trust no one but yourself. Alone we fought, and alone we fell. I wouldn't know how to trust. Is there some trick to it?
Just stay close to this one. You'll learn in no time. Absolutely fine.
I confess I thought thou mightst have more words of counsel to offer.
Oh, she'll soon get the hang of it, even without my help. After our work here is done, I'll see myself back to the shadows. But before that, I take it you've heard as well.
Indeed. The client seeketh Archons, and 'twould seem our extensive travels and neutrality make us prime candidates.
Well, assuming we take on the request, I suspect I'll be stuck with you again. Don't let me down, hmm?
The way those like ether tanks just like sucked down the ether made me think of like I believe they're called Energon or Energon cubes from like old Transformers cartoons, where they just pump anything that produces fuel or energy into the cubes, and then they just get full of like just general energy, like ether-like substance. The reason why, whenever people say they haven't tried healers before, the reason why I recommend Conjurer has actually nothing to do whether it would be the easiest experience. If your first experience of healing is healing Sastasha as Scholar, a huge amount of your experience will be that the act of healing has a huge like black box element to it. What I mean by that is that you don't get very well acquainted with how much healing you yourself need to do, because the pet will do a lot of it. If you're a conjurer, and you're the only one healing, you probably are in Sastasha. The only exception is if your tank is a gunbreaker, in which case a brutal shell will actually heal by an absurd amount on boss fights. But if you're a conjurer, and your tank is not a gunbreaker, then for the most part, all of the healing done in a dungeon is provided by you. So you should get very well acquainted with how much healing you need to do. Whereas with a scholar, it becomes a lot more vague. You might need to cast a physic every now and then, but your pet will actually be able to do a huge amount of it. Some players are perfectly fine learning that way. But if you've ever had a healer at in Tower of Zot that is just frantically spam healing you, and they happen to be a scholar or a sage, even worse, that is how that begins. They have no semblance of idea of how much healing the tank actually needs, and they never learned that in the first place. So instead of confronting it and trying to figure it out, they just go, random stuff, go! And just nuke you with all healing in their entire arsenal, in case it isn't enough. And they're too afraid of changing that, because at level 81 they should know it, but they don't. So for that reason, I recommend trying White Mage, or rather Conjurer, who literally has Medica 1 and Cure in Sastasha. That is all you have, is Stone Arrow, Cure, Medica 1. I think you have Medica 1. I'm pretty sure you get that at level 10. But the point is that you have so few tools that it is obvious what tool is for. When are you supposed to click what? The problem in Sastasha is if you get a tank who watched a generic tank guide that says just pull wall to wall, what happens is that the tank will pull the bats at the start, pull the bats around the corner, pull the jelly blobs around that corner, pull the jelly blobs and the bats down that corner, pull all of the clams and the weird fish that gives us damage buff to everything nearby it, and yes, it gives basically a raid buff, and pull it all to the boss room should the tank survive that long. And the only healer that is even remotely capable of possibly keeping a tank alive through all that is a scholar. No other healer can do that. And I don't even think a scholar can do that. But the scholar is the most broken of the 4 healers in Sastasha. The only the point where Sage starts to catch up is when you start to have OGCD heals like Ryuhori at level 45. Before that, scholar is just better. Because they can cast their spell healing and their pet healing at the same time, whereas Sage loses their attack healing the instant they start healing. I paid for full benediction, I'll use the full benediction. Yeah, that's the thing, is that you learn these things oh, well, I can see that the tank isn't going to die yet. You learn these things by being forced to approach them by playing a healer that does not have an assistant helping you. If you're Conjurer in Sastasha, most tanks you can heal for 40% of their HP with a Cure 1. So you will be you will either be spam healing constantly, which is a mistake, or you will be confronted with the possibility that you have to count. Okay, how much health does the tank lose per second? Do I have time to use stone again? Should I heal now? Can I wait until they can benefit from the full Cure 1, or do I need to heal early? You will be confronted with these sorts of questions, because your Cure 1 is incredibly strong in Sastasha. And Scholar's physic is almost as strong. And you have a pet. Like, it's so broken. Scholar is so insanely broken in Sastasha. And for several dungeons past that. Alright, Emir, thank you for joining. Yeah, my point is, that's why I recommend trying Conjure first. It's not necessarily going to give you the easiest healer experience, but it's going to give you the most reasonable healer experience. If you have done Sastasha with White Mage, you can probably do Sastasha with any healer. Because White Mage has the most basic of toolkits in Sastasha. All the other 4 healers have better toolkits than White Mage in Sastasha. I think the exception might be Sage doesn't even have a dot in Sastasha, but you get my point. White Mage has only their basic heals. All the other 3 healers have something else on top of their basic heals. To not only allow us use of the tanks, but to arrange the transportation to Garlemald besides. Blessed are we to count Cockle among our allies. Unto thee we must also give thanks, Thancred, for coming to our aid on such short notice. Please, you know I'm always happy to help. Don't hesitate to call on me again. Till next time. Right, I will be right back, and then we continue. There you go. Talk with a watcher while I'm away. I'm back. Hope you've been well. Yeah, Hasian says Sage barely has other things. Well, in Sastasha, cancel the war. In Sastasha, Sage doesn't have a dot, but they have passive healing. Scholar doesn't have an AoE heal, but they have passive healing. Astrologian does not have passive healing, but they have essential dignity. White Mage does not have an instant heal or passive healing. Which means that they're missing 2 things, whereas all the other healers are missing 1. With the tank's transportation thus arranged, our first task is complete. We may now turn our attention to the second. To wit, obtaining the blessing of the Ilsebat contingent to use the Tower of Babel to channel energy onto the moon. Our destination is Camp Broken Glass, where we may present our petition to Commander Lucia. Well, if you have ice, you can just eat some. You can just grab some ice. I'm pretty sure there's very little bad in that, right? It's just ice. Yeah, Licky, that is exactly the reason why I never remove things like Cure 1 from my hotbars. I also keep Blizzard 1 on my hotbars as a black mage, just in case. It also makes the way that my bars are set up look look more balanced. Replenish your ice aspected ether. Exactly, Lemon has got it. Yeah, Hoshi, it sounds like you need some ice aspected ether. Ah yes, the PvP theme song from Wolf's Den Pierre. Caetsu, allow me to personally thank you for your assistance during the recent Voidsend incursion. Your actions saved many. What brings you here today? I can barely see you over the table. Can you just step up on the table? That would make things easier, you know. Pray forgive us for not sending word in advance, Commander, but we seek your cooperation in a matter of great import. And then Vashan explained. Lucia just there like, maybe I should cut my hair. This big lock here is kind of problematic for my vision in combat. Nah, it looks cool. Don't worry about it. Indeed, we appreciate your consulting with us instead of taking unilateral action. It is no simple matter to activate the Tower of Babel, and I speak not only of the technological challenges. Personally, I think we must consider the emotional impact of such an action above all else. Spending a more official name, we refer to those who remain here as the Garlean community. As you would expect, they are predominantly native Garleans, most of whom are uncomfortable with ethereal manipulation. They're afraid of magic. To compound matters, the trauma inflicted by Anima is still fresh. If the tower were to suddenly light up again, it is like to cause distress and reopen old wounds. Better that than facing a mass invasion by Golbez and his Voidsend hordes, surely. Of course, we acknowledge the gravity of the situation, as well as the promised bloodshed should we fail to act. Yet, even were we to convey a warning to the public, many simply do not understand the workings of magic or the rift. They will struggle to comprehend why they must be forced to relive personal horrors for the sake of something they cannot imagine. What's there to imagine? Haven't these people seen Voidsend with their own eyes? Let us suppose you encounter someone who is freezing in this cold. A natural thing to do might be to make them a fire, yes? But what if that person's sole experience with fire was being badly burned by it, and they harbored an acute fear? Despite the benefits, nay, the necessity of the warmth you offer, they may flee on instinct, or worse, misinterpret your actions for aggression and lash out. So like the fire that torments this individual, the Tower of Babel torments the people of Garlemald. Yet, we cannot afford to falter here. We must find a way to help them overcome their fear. I agree. To that end, the contingent will assist however we can. We should speak with Alphino and Alice. With the rapport they have established with the Guardian people, I dare say they can provide us with valuable insights. In the meantime, Yurianje, might I ask that you remain here to oversee the technical aspects of the tower's activation? actions saved many. We saved the world, and you're still thanking us for mundane stuff like reacting to a bat. That is actually a good point. Your recent stuff helped a lot of people. I know. You know what helped a lot more people? You know that time where I saved the world? I'm pretty sure that helped more people. They hate ethereal manipulation. It is a pretty good ability. Which... I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to stand here, but what if I stand here? Hi guys! Hello! I want to be on this side of the conversation. I'm glad to see you, Caetsu. Vitra has explained our present dilemma. There's no unfounded concern that the Gallians might take poorly to the reactivation of the Tower of Babel. That's putting it mildly. Many who would be up in arms over it. Trust in the Ilsebad contingent is fragile enough. We need to tread lightly, or we risk jeopardizing everything we've achieved. Hat tip? Trust again. Cut the music. Well, it seems to me there's naught for it but to speak with the people. Rather than harping on about the necessity of the plan, we need to lend an ear to their concerns. Then, perhaps, we can begin working towards a compromise. In that case, I'll take you to meet the community leaders. They're at the station called Senatus, near the Synaculum Imperialis. I would be honored to speak with them, though it would be prudent to learn where people elsewhere stand as well. But that I will leave to the others. Save Zero. Might you accompany me? I'm sure those in Tapper's Den will have their own opinions. Alphino, if I may drag you along? Tertium we leave to you. You are no stranger to the people here, so it should take little prodding to convince them to speak freely. Then it's settled. Once you've learned what you can, let's all meet in Forum Solius, where we'll have what I hope is a productive discussion. The twins have grown up enough to ask before they drag each other around. The Tower of Babel. But what's it got to do with Voidsent? I can't say I understand. Still, your people have done much and more for us Guardians. If you say it's necessary, then that's good enough for me. Based, true and real and all those things that people say these days. That is a reasonable man. I have a question. Are you missing, like, a consonant? Papaya. Whatever its present state, the Imperial Palace was once the pride of Garlemald. I mean, no disrespect to you and yours, but shouldn't the Guardian people be its caretakers instead of foreigners? Though, if we dared speak thus to some of the contingent, they might make assumptions, cut our rations, or worse... No, forget I said anything, please. Yeah, because Guardians would do that. We talked about this when we did the whole Guardian arc of the Endwalker story. Many of the things that the civilians think that the contingent will do to them if they don't obey are things that the Guardian army literally did to other nations if they didn't obey. Meanwhile, the reason I'm over here asking is because the contingent was like, okay, we want to be nice to the fragile Guardians, and the Guardians over here like... just being mean, essentially. Yeah, exactly, Hazian. They're so used to oppression that they are foreign to kindness. They only understand that if you're like in someone else's country and you're helping them, the reason you do that is because you expect something in return. And if you don't get that in return, then it might not end so nicely, because that's what Guardians do. Or did, at least. Activate the Tower of Babel. Are you out of your mind? That abomination transformed my friends and family into monsters. I can't even bear to look at it whenever I step outside. If you want to do something for us, tear the bloody thing down. Well, I mean, it wasn't actually the Tower of Babel that did that. It was something inside the Tower of Babel that did that. Fee. That tower isn't right, I tell you. All those magics. Years ago, when I lived in the provinces, the locals razed our village to the ground with the stuff, made things appear and disappear and fly and burn. I can still see it when I close my eyes. You've done us a good turn, dear, but let's not talk about that tower any longer. It's unnatural. You do know that I saved you with magic, right? You are aware of that, right? Thank God you don't use magic, Dragoon. Summons literal dragon spirits out of thin air to attack enemies. No, stop it! The tower's evil. It'll turn us all evil. I don't want to hear it. Leave me alone. Alright then. It would have been even funnier if Dragoon still had the Blood of the Dragon buff that they could apply. So just Blood of the Dragon used to be an ability that you applied, and in Shadowbringers it became a 30-second duration, which meant that you could basically have it up all the time at no effort. And while this buff was active on you, you had like blue dragon energy swirling around you. So you could just walk up to the old lady like, yeah, I understand. Magic's real scary, lady. What's this stuff surrounding me right now, lady? Can you describe it for me? What words do you think best describes this blue stuff surrounding me? It's not fire. Let me put it like that. It's not fire. I'm glad my machinist doesn't use magic. I'm actually curious because some, like, just the 1-2-3 combo that the machinist employs does things like shoot like 6 projectiles out behind you that turns into like big cannons, basically bigger than your gun, that then shoot laser blaster shots at the enemies. You shoot 6 of them out and they all become bigger than your gun. If you walk up to them as a Reaper, that is magic they tolerate. No, because the Reapers got like pushed out socially once they were no longer needed. Remember that. Guardians relied on magic from Reapers because it was convenient and they kind of needed it. When they stopped needing it, they kind of just went, yeah, you can leave now. Yeah, we actually don't want to see you anymore. No, we're good. Thank you. So they really don't like magic. I like how his name is Serious Lad. Yeah, exactly, they need it again. But that's how society works. Well, we haven't needed it in decades. Why would we suddenly need it now? I don't know, because a magic world is attacking you. And your machines aren't good enough. Oh, I see. But the Tower of Babel is evil, you see. Yeah, well, the things that were evil are in it, or were in it, and they're dead now. Ulysses is on his way with the others. I hope you found the people more receptive. I hope you found the people more receptive than we did. Some of them. Caetsu, may I present to you Lords Gnaeus and Metius, magistrates of our political council. They have been spearheading the efforts to establish a new system of government here. When we raised the subject of the Tower of Babel, they insisted that we speak no further until joined by representatives of the Ilsbad contingent. I see Alphino and Alze have yet to arrive, though, so perhaps we should wait. It doesn't matter if only some of you are present. We simply wish to make one thing perfectly clear. The tower is the manifestation of Gallian ingenuity and authority. It was once the abode of the imperial family, and it will forever bear tremendous cultural significance. It is insulting enough that we have had to suffer foreigners occupying it under the guise of rendering aid, and now you propose reactivating it? Nay, we have had enough. The Garlemald of old may have fallen, but she fell in civil war to her own people, not to Eorzea nor any other land. We came here to assert our unequivocal claim to our territory. Garlemald and all that lies within her bounds is beholden to no one. Your name is Naeus. Why should I listen to you? Your name sounds dumb. So there. Really hard garden molding. The thing is, the thing I find very interesting is that in this specific scenario, the Guardians are saying, you cannot lay claim to things in our territory because you didn't beat us in a war. But I'm pretty sure if the Guardians, like, let me just hypothetically pose an example. Let's say, I don't know, just for the sake of example, that the Black Shroud, suddenly the Gridanians are suddenly in chaos. They had a civil war for some reason. And basically they are weakened to the point that all of this, and all of this is basically free for the taking. Like, there's no one defending it, because everyone's here just trying to hold on and survive. Do you think that the Garleans would go, well, we have to go and beat the Gridanians before we can settle here? Or do you think they would just go, ooh, free land, yoink? I'm just saying. Since their excellencies are resolved to negotiate with the contingent, I will escort them to Tertium. I'll also instruct Alphinaud and Alizé to meet us there. Lord Metius, Lord Naeus, by your leave, my comrades and I would speak with the residents of Senatus. Though the Ilsavad contingent holds the Tower of Babel, it is I who wishes for it to be reactivated, and thus I think it meet that I be present for this discussion. Yet, my understanding of your people's hardships, of their hopes and desires, of their dreams for the future, is sorely lacking. In my ignorance, I would struggle to contribute. As you worry, I will not plead our case to the community in your absence. I wish only to identify common ground, upon which we might build a relationship that sees us overcome our differences. Very well, but know that the guards will not hesitate to escort you from the premises should they judge your actions to be inappropriate. If it's settled then, you should all head to Senatus. I'll join you there after I see their excellencies safely to Tertium. That is also a good point, Hazian. The argument they're posing here is actually, because as you said, we were literally at war with the Garleans right up until the Garleans, like, we literally, in Stormblood, in the end of Stormblood, Gimlet Dark is us literally in the war zone between Eorzea and the Garlemald. Then in Shadowbringers, we're basically pulled out of this war, and we're basically told throughout Shadowbringers that it kind of just slows to a halt. Like, basically, the Garleans stop attacking because of something within their own borders. But, I mean, we're technically still at war, right? No one called off the war. So technically it's still on. We're still fighting. And like, I'm just saying, if you're in like a boxing match and suddenly your opponent just faints, does that mean that you didn't win? Like, they're not able to fight. You are. Doesn't that mean you win by default? Like, hypothetically, there might be exceptions where they're like, oh, we'll have to take the rematch later because they fainted because they were sick or something, but it would be like, oh, well, because you didn't land the final punch, it doesn't count. So it's just any argument the Guardians can come up with is just kinda silly, in my opinion. And it's just that like they're coming up with an argument for why you can't take our land now, but the only reason why Eorzea isn't taking the land is because while the Guardians are saying, you can't take it, it's mine, it's my manatee, you can't have it, the Eorzeans are literally like, no, go ahead, take your manatee, I don't even want it. I don't want it. Make sure to feed it, here's some food. And the Guardians then go, yeah, you better give me food to feed my manatee. It's pretty funny. Here it is, Senatus, a temporary refuge for political dignitaries, hence the tight security. I'm given to understand that outsiders are not normally permitted so much as a glimpse inside. We should consider ourselves fortunate to be given this opportunity. I hope it will be worth the trouble. As do I, Zero. As do I. To begin, I propose we split up and ask the residents for their views on the Ilsebard contingent and the current state of affairs. We would also do well to learn more about this enclave itself. Should you observe anything of note, pray keep it in mind. It is through open hearts and open minds that I believe we may yet convince the leaders to work with us for the greater good. Boxes! The stockpile of assorted supplies bears markings indicating they were provided by the Ilsebard contingent. The Enclave is clearly reliant upon the Alliance for aid. More boxes! Look, a person! You want to know what I think? I'm a soldier. I try not to think about politics at all. I'll say this much. Our leaders labor to preserve our culture, our way of life. What remains of it, at any rate. I trust them to do what's best for Garlemald. A person in my Final Fantasy XIV? Next you're telling me that it's a real human being on the other side of the monitor. You recognize the large casks as the very same you and your comrades used to transport ceruleum from Lapis Manalis. Why they are in Senatus is unclear. How do I feel about the contingent? Conflicted, to say the least. I've been tasked with the distribution of supplies, and I know as well as any that we couldn't survive without outside aid. Be that as it may, even though the Empire has collapsed, we have our pride. People don't want to be beholden to others forever, and there's no denying that it chaves to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace. Well, Kitsuneko, the good news are that you cannot die from fall damage if you're not in combat. Do not try that in real life. This does not apply to real life. As a great man once said, Final Fantasy XIV isn't online. Well, thank you. I think. Finished touring the Enclave, have you? What were you able to learn? Much the same as me then. They accept the contingent's help out of necessity and harbor a measure of resentment. They have only themselves to blame. If they don't like the bargain, they should reject it. How many times must I tell you? It's absolutely out of the question! What's going on? We were wondering the very same. We came running when we heard shouting. Is aught the matter? Oh, no, I was just trying to explain. Ah, mayhap you can clear this up. The contingent has made a reasonable request, but this man insists that it's impossible. It concerns the Magitech weapons which run rampant throughout Regio. It concerns the Magitech weapons which run rampant throughout Regio Urbanissima. Every time we deliver supplies here, we have to dispatch extra men to defend against potential attacks. To address the issue once and for all, we've proposed the elimination of all machina that loiter near the supply route. But you heard him. They refused to even consider it. Mamma mia! The magistrates have already spoken this matter. Rampant or no, those war machina are Gallian assets. Furthermore, who's to say they are as dangerous as your test? You should go out and try it, Secundus. They literally said they had to bring extra men. It has been suggested that this could be pretense to scavenge Magitech material for your own ends. I know not if that is the case, but the fact remains we cannot allow you to destroy them. It's my manatee! It's my rampant manatee attacking your soldiers who are trying to feed my people. But it's my manatee. You can't put it in a cage. It's mine. More speculation by the magistrates, I presume. Ridiculous, but they have spoken, and unless we want to inflame tensions further, there's naught we can do. Hat tip? How complicated relations become when not grounded in a clear and equitable arrangement. An equitable arrangement, of course. Well, do I understand the difficulty of your position? As a soldier, you must do your duty and obey your superiors. I have an idea, but I must first speak with Commander Lucia. May I take charge of this matter? By all means. Well, you also can't have my manatee. That one is also mine. Me, the Guardian. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass, where we might discuss a solution I believe will satisfy all parties. Emia says, what is your channel icon? That is my main. Drawn by Ma BM, who is one of the channel members. But it's actually part of a bigger picture. She recently gave me permission to show the bigger picture, but I haven't really had a good time to talk about it because there's a little bit of a story behind it. But it is part of a bigger picture. Welcome back, all of you. I pray there have been positive developments in your efforts to appeal to the Gallian community. Mayhap not yet. Mayhap not yet, but there is a method by which I believe all stand to gain. As satrap, I intend to propose a trade agreement between Ratzathan and the people of Garlemald. Please continue. The people of this nation have lived through its collapse and more, yet they have chosen to remain, for it is their home. That they have been able to survive thus far is thanks to the Ilsabad contingent, or rather, in less flattering terms, they are entirely at your mercy. Despite your noble intentions, this one-sided relationship has fueled feelings of frustration and resentment. There's no surprise then that some Garleans are loath to engage with foreigners, for fear of indebting themselves further, or surrendering more of their already limited autonomy. That is why I wish to present them with an equitable arrangement. One that would restore to them a sense of agency after having been forced to rely upon charity. Easier said than done. What exactly did you have in mind? Long have Garlemald and Razatan abided by a treaty of non-interference. Freely have we traded with one another, and I wish but to continue in this tradition. We would provide your people with such supplies as you require, in return for which you would grant us leave to use the Tower of Babel, as well as share your magic resources and expertise. As we become more reliant upon your technologies, we will, of course, require more ceruleum to fuel them. This you possess in abundance, and for it you will be duly compensated. Razathan's culture will be enriched by your magic wonders, and our ever-increasing demand for your wares will see Garlemald grow wealthy and prosperous. Only when both sides keep the interests of the other in mind can an equitable relationship be forged. It is a principle I once thought I understood, but have come to appreciate all the more in recent days, thanks to the sage counsel of a friend from beyond the rift. Your Excellency, thank you for your careful consideration of Garlemald's future. Though I cannot speak for every Guardian, I myself see no reason to object to your proposal. Indeed, if Razathan were to take the initiative, other nations may follow suit and seek to normalize trade relations with us. If you see the sense in my proposal, then I ask you to join me in the negotiations at Tertium. Your support may be instrumental in winning over Lords Neus and Metius. By all means, go with them. I have matters here well in hand. I have learned all that I may regarding the tower's operation, so I too shall hie me to Tertium. And then everyone ran to Tertium without me. And this is when it gets silly. A crowd you may have brought, but numbers will not intimidate us. The Tower of Babel is ours by right, and nothing you do will convince us otherwise. Rest assured, it is not our intent to infringe upon the rights of the people of Garlemald. Let us instead discuss the future. As the satrap of Razathan, I wish to establish a trade agreement between our nations. And then he explained the trade agreement. Yep, that sounds about right. The aid we presently receive will not last forever, my lords. Sooner or later, we must stand on our own 2 feet. But to do so, we must secure a means to replenish our coffers. And the proposed agreement presents a rare opportunity. Tis true we do not want from Magitech and ceruleum, and foreign currency will be needed to procure such things as we lack. It would depend on the precise terms, but I can see the merits. What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You serve the Emperor. We're a proud patriot, yet now you entertain selling national resources like a common merchant? That is how trading works, Metius. Like you, I weep for what we have lost, but if we are to rebuild Garlemald, we must make use of what precious few assets remain to us. Nonsense! Utter nonsense! You are traitor, Neas, and there will be a reckoning. Oh yes, when the people of Senatus learn of this, they will cry out for your blood. Lord Metius, wait, it isn't safe out there. It isn't safe out there. There are rampant magitech weapons that you aren't allowed to break. It's far too dangerous for a civilian to be outside alone. We must go after Lord Metius. Let us leave matters here in Maximus' care while the rest of us join in the search. If Lord Metius is bound for Xanatus, we may be able to catch up to him in Regio Urbanissima. I pray he has not come to any harm. Oh boy, that is a long ride. Yeah, I'm just saying, Metius basically says we don't want to rely on the contingent's help, because that sucks. But also, we refuse to sell any of our own resources, because it's ours. It's our manatee. It's our manatee, remember? You can't have it. It's our manatee. You can't have it. And then you go, can I have some manatee? I'll pay you with food? No! No! No take, only give. Also, we will not appreciate that you give us, so we'll be mad anyway. That's Metius. He's the no take, only give. This feels like padding. It does feel a little bit like padding, but it's not the worst filler quest. This is an interesting path I've decided to take, isn't it? It might be a little bit padding. A thing I noticed when I looked over the quest list is that patch 6.1, 6.2, 6.3 and 6.4 had either 9 or 10 quests. Each of them had like 9 or 10 quests. The silly thing with that is that you could have 10 quests without this. You could just have the quests end sooner if that was the problem. Pudding way. No, padding way. Oh look! There's a rampant magitech weapon. Can I smash it, Metius? Is that okay? Am I allowed to smash it? I sure hope so. Like, when they were talking about the rampant magitech weapons, they were like, this is a secret little thing we're reminding you of for later, haha. It's a special thing for later. I'm alive. Indeed. I didn't know Mickey Mouse was in Final Fantasy 14.
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
Are you Zero?
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Metius. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. but I won't stop looking nonetheless. And I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Aye. So long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been and for what we may yet become. Please.
To be lectured by the young, it ill becomes a man of my station. I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me? Ere we part, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
Euless, wait. I'd like a word. With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrate safely back to Tertium.
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here. So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister. As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence. Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
Captured?
Little wonder my world is devoid of it. No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns. During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive. My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on her mission alone.
Alone? Didn't you have anyone to help you?
Almost. 2 men tried just the once. A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriats.
That's a very, very armored mage, isn't it? A very, very, very thick plate boots that mage has. And why is that the mage? That's because that is a swordsman, clearly.
When they learned our enemies were the same, they seemed heartened. They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron, and were traveling the realm in search for means to end the Contra Memoria. They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world? Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit. I expected some manner of outburst, some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away. I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared. Perhaps they hoped I was like them too. Perhaps it was just an offer, and nothing more. I continued fighting alone. But ultimately I was undone, overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world. Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift. When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations. I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it. I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end of the world alone. But it's all history now. No amount of reflection or regret will change our present reality.
There's also the possibility that had Zero accepted their help, or had accepted their invitation rather, that maybe the void, like the 13th, didn't break. There's also the possibility that we wouldn't have to deal with Golbez as we have to now. Who knows?
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today. Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
Hat tip.
Here it is again. The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow. If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
However you like.
Give me your hand. It's not something you do constantly, mind. A friend is a friend regardless.
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
Hey! Welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Kitsuneko. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes, and well, if you connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, you get the special role on Discord and all of that. Thank you so much. And welcome. One of us. One of us. One of us. Thank you. I feel at last as though I've found the answers I sought, and I owe it all to you and Julius. Right then, I expect the others have already arrived back at Tertium. We should join them. Indeed, Lemon. A big day for the Cult of the Pink. I'm pretty sure, aside from Peter, Tracy is one of the oldest members at the moment. So yeah. If I remember correctly, I can't check right now, but I'm pretty sure that I did something a little more special than a number when you reach 6 months. I haven't seen anyone have that yet. In more ways than one. Well, we have people of all ages on this channel, so that is perfectly fine. Crazy. But I do remember you mentioned that you're probably in the older side of the audience, and that is perfectly fine. I'm glad to have you all the same. Full glad am I to see everyone returned, and none the worse for wear. Various representatives of the Guardian community are gathered here this very moment. I dare say this is a fine opportunity to announce the trade agreement. You've read the memorandum. I trust you find the terms acceptable. I do, and yes, I pray you forgive my disgraceful conduct earlier. I am ashamed not only of my behavior, but of placing the burden of negotiation solely on your shoulders in my absence. You should know that when we brought up the subject of the tower's reactivation to the people at Tapper's Den, some reacted quite strongly. Once we explained that it would be to prevent another Voidsent invasion, however, they were more receptive. It's fair to say the recent episode is still fresh in their minds. I tagged along to deliver a supply of ceruleum. I have to say, I didn't expect to see such a large crowd. Even the stuffy Imperials who normally keep to themselves and senators are here. Come, my friends and countrymen, lend me your ears. I am pleased to inform you all on this joyous occasion that we, the people of Garlemald, have entered into a trade agreement with Ratzatan. To inaugurate our accord, we intend to grant the individuals before you access to the Tower of Babel. In return, Ratzatan will provide us with supplies, which shall be equally distributed amongst the settlements of our nation. Let me be clear on one point. This is not an act of charity, but trade, a bargain struck between equals, rooted in trust and respect, and it marks a significant step towards rebuilding our nation and regaining true independence. Ratzatan holds Garlean technology and ingenuity in the highest esteem. It is my hope that, through this agreement, our people will enjoy a mutually beneficial relationship for years to come. Now then, we bid you gather round to hear the particulars, that you might convey them to those elsewhere. Is that the serious lad? So burdened by hardship and trauma were the people of Garlemald that they were unable to imagine a brighter future. To be recognized as equals, as a nation with something of value to offer to others, that validation alone is enough to rekindle their hope. It is by virtue of this partnership that we may access the Tower of Babel, a rather timely development given the ether tank's impending arrival. Once the tower's stores have been replenished, we need but await Yshtola's signal to channel the energy to the moon, yes? Then you can leave that and anything else on this end to me and Alphino. No need to worry. Devote all your energies to the mission in the void. As ever, I am in your debt. Hat tip? You are good friends. Correct. I have a pretty strong feeling that we will have space for anyone that wants to come along for the goal-based fight, Tracy. So if you want to come along, you're welcome to do so. The thing is, from my perspective, when we bring people along from the stream for content, I don't care if we wipe or if people are dying. For me, it is comparable to doing content with your friends, right? And it's always more fun to do content with your friends than to do it with randoms. Not that there's anything wrong with going with randoms. But take that and then combine that with the fact that I have said previously, and I stand by this, that while it is exciting to do difficult content like, a Savage or an Ultimate or an Extreme or something that really puts your skills to the test, that is fun. But you know what's even more fun is being allowed to be the hero sometimes. And in really hard content, the situations where being the hero actually changes anything are very rare. In more casual content, where there's space for a lot of mistakes, you can end up in situations where the paladin is literally like, you have a paladin and like 1 or 2 DPS left alive in a trial, and you're only holding on because the paladin is using their toolkit to its full extent and using clemency to keep itself and the 2 DPS alive. And there, the paladin becomes the hero, and they would never be that hero in a really difficult fight. The white mage that uses thin air on cooldown to raise people because you keep having deaths all over the place. The fight takes 2 times longer than it normally should because you keep having to raise people. That white mage is a hero, and they either had a really tough time if they didn't like it, or they had an awesome time if they like being the hero, and they would not have that chance in really difficult content. So there's nothing wrong with not being the best when it's like casual content and we don't have like an enraged time and that we need to meet. It adds to the fun that it isn't perfect. Like that is better. Like I have been the paladin keeping myself and 2 DPS alive. I've been a warrior keeping 1 or 2 other players alive. I've sometimes soloed the last 30+% of a boss as a tank because the party died. And there's no point in doing that if there is an enraged timer waiting for you around the corner. Like, it's completely pointless. What if I want to be the very best like no one ever was? Well, you can become excellent by just being good at the game. I think it's really fun to do that. Lakey says Savage with viewers win. I don't know. We have still yet to beat Golbez Extreme on stream. And part of the reason why we don't do Golbez Extreme streams very often is because my schedule and Sip's schedule and Green's schedule and Natsu's schedule, well, Natsu and Green usually play together, but those need to align and we all need to have time. And of course, the longer it takes, the less significance a goal-based extreme clear would have, you could say. But it's mostly done for fun and entertainment. Fun for us and entertainment for you, and fun for you, hopefully. And as long as we have fun with it, that's fine with me. And I don't think we will do Savage streams until we actually beat the extreme that is on offer. Then we might. Once we have nothing left to gain from the extreme.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Y'shtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion. Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may. Ere we set forth, however, Y'shtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Azhdaya from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow great worm.
You would have me go in my true form. Very well. Like our sire, we great worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon. To begin with, I shall return this vessel to Radzadhan, that I may have both my eyes. And until such time as we find Ashdaya, I would entrust her eye to your keeping. Will you do this for me?
We shall contact you via link pearl once all is in place on the moon. You need but follow Ishtola's instructions.
Understood. We'll be ready.
Take care, Zero.
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
In mare elementorum, then. Go well.
Don't eat it. No. You know, keeping a whole party alive with a paladin in Alexander would be brutal. And in that level range, Clemency still costs 4000 MP.
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial Atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other. Ishtola even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on void sense summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak. The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
I asked a favor of Grahatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied. The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use of...
Aye, a tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here. 'Twould be remiss of us not to employ it. We shall reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed. That which held even Zodiac shall more than suffice for void scent of any persuasion.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration.
Any persuasion? What if the void scent is a baker?
There are, however, a number of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest we continue this discussion as we make our way to the brands.
So long. I mentioned this previously, but I noticed that the distance you have to travel between everywhere tends to be significantly further once you get to the post game of any expansion. Like, I attributed it to be because, well, you probably have flying, right? So it isn't as far as it feels. But if you don't have flying, then this is a little ridiculous. Like a case where you come out the cutscene and go, oh, they didn't bring me along. Now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each of Zodiac's brands and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling void scent. Yet though we expect it to be effective against larger beings on account of its original purpose, there's a chance it will allow lesser void scent to slip through. Therefore, we shall require a second line of defense, and I believe the Loprich supporters would be suitable for this purpose. Urianger, Caetsu, the two of you have a strong rapport with our lunar allies. I would have you meet with Livingway and Bestway's Burrow, and provide any assistance they require. I will join you. As a void scent, my knowledge may be of use. An excellent idea. In the meantime, the rest of us will see to reforging the brands. I will send word when we have finished. Pray do the same. You're right, Emir. Most people do have flying. The reason why you wouldn't have flying is typically related to, you know, focusing on the main quest and not going out of your way to do the side quests to unlock flying. Like, my main has always had flying by the time that the first major patch comes out. I had it in Stormblood, I had it in Shadowbringers, and I had it in Endwalker. As far as I remember, at least. In regards to Stormblood primarily, because I know for a fact I did in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. And that makes it a lot less tedious to do the new quests. But if you haven't had like a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 month period, well, 3 to 4 months typically, of nothing else to do, possibly, you will have had plenty of time to get flying. Smol Caetsu, on the other hand, has not had that. I suppose that does imply that when we finished MSQ, I think step 1 will be clean the inventory, step 2 will be get flying, maybe? Get flying everywhere? That could be an objective.
There you are. You should not have surprised me of your present undertaking. I understand that you wishes to deploy our pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters, as a precautionary measure in case this voids and containment seal of hers proves lacking. As we speak, my fellows are rounding up what units they can, and will bring them to the northeast corner in short order. Please wait there.
Disperse! Wobbling way. There's also the option that we just focus on leveling Black Mage. One of the problems that would arrive really quickly if we were to focus on leveling up another role to level 90 is that Smol Kai literally does not have the funds to gear another job right now. So we wouldn't be able to use Black Mage as efficiently, that's for certain.
Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting. Hello there, friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
A welcome contribution. Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush! Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Hydaelyn, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always. Right, so, we originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment, and who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Aetheris?
I believe I would make a better instructor. Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
Well, don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
Yeah, this is some Mandeville type comedy, that is true.
That'll do, that'll do! A defeat bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into Voidsent slaughterbots! Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrade's enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed. But if you were to provide us with encouragement, we just might be able to do it in 2.
This I leave to you.
The cartoonish sound effects as you turn is way funnier if you're not a Lalafell, in my opinion. It feels almost fitting on a Lalafell, but on my main, it was so funny. I was dead laughing. Just the Me? I do it? Also, congratulations, Angel. What was your last job to 90? The Bond Kings. What? What? Engage! Engage! Oh, sorry. I was in the midst of... Forgive me. The sight of precision parts is strangely soothing and sleep. Inducing. But I'll try to keep moving. Whoops. What a marvelous feeling. There's nothing like wild gesticulations of encouragement to fire you up. I just realized after the fact that I gave Sleeping Way Mapping Way's voice, and yeah, Sleeping Way should have had a little bit different of a voice. I keep forgetting to rally them. Well, you got that part down on your own.
With you cheering me on, I can do not less than my very best.
Oh, thank you very, very much. You don't know how uplifting it is to have you encouraging us. Showing us the proper technique so we may keep our supporters operating at peak efficiency. What does Living Way do? Living Way is the boss. And Angel got Machinist up to level 19 last. Congratulations! I hope you're happy with the weird hat you get at level 90.
My, everyone is in high spirits indeed. Thanks to your encouragement, we'll have the supporters up and running again in no time at all. Pray attend to your remaining busy work and leave the deployment of our new and improved voids and slaughterbots to us.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands.
This is Tancred.
Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
The brands are ready, I presume? Excellent. With the Loporrits having deployed their supporters, we are ready to proceed. Let us rejoin Y'shtola post-haste and prise open our gate onto the void. Whoops. I will be right back, and then we will continue. a bit dark, isn't it? I'm here to kill chaos. I'm back. Well, that looks nice, Ymir. I never realized they grow angel wings. Thank you, Levin. I also mentioned this on the, I think on the Tuesday stream, but last week, like right shortly before stream, the light bulb and the light that I have over there lighting up my face, kinda started failing, so I bought a new light bulb. And I bought one with slightly more power in it, so that it's slightly more white and less yellow. It looks yellow to me, but it seems like it's more white on screen. So hopefully you feel that I'm less yellow, because I remember that was something that people thought was a little strange sometimes on stream. My thanks for seeing to the supporters. With this, all is in readiness for the ritual. First, I shall give the order to Alphinaud and Alisaie in the Tower of Babel to channel ether to the moon. Once we have amassed a sufficient amount of energy, Urianger and I shall begin our incantations to open a void gate. If all goes well, a tear will form in the fabric of reality, at which point you must activate the brands and put in place the containment seal. That is all. If there are no questions, then let us begin. How are you telling Alphinaud and Alisaie?
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
The reach on those link pearls are ridiculous. I didn't think about this the first time I saw this cutscene, but it just occurred to me. Y'shtola is basically calling Alphinaud from the moon with like a little mini pearl in her and his ear. I'm just saying, it's impressive technology. This.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated, but give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
The moment of truth.
Also, that didn't require two hands, I'm pretty sure. Also, you've sent Vitra on a trip through space at this very moment. Are you sure? Absolutely certain you're not hitting him on the way? I'm just asking. Could you imagine? Just the laser beam just stops, just smacks into Vitra.
By the sisters!
Urianger, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate.
Whoopsie.
A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands.
Strange order. Went ding 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 ding.
Success. The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this. So this is the promised land. The land of boundless ether.
I dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
Great timing.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
Matthew says F for the random void scent.
It's incredible, Ishtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source. But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source? One responsible for such an outcome? I think maybe it might be the onion powder. But I don't know for certain, Urianji. The sauce is nice, though.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them.
It just pulls you right into the restaurant.
Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis. Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures. Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us. Even so, In the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken.
I want to be very clear that she basically said, I'm not close to figuring out how to get to the first. Just put a pin in that, because in about an hour or less, she's suddenly going to flip-flop on that.
Which further motivates me to forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth, to find Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, then together with the Loporrits maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
Unto the void once more.
That must be hard to hold on to. Right? Remember, we went into the moon, like right into the smack dab into the center of the moon. Where do we arrive in the void? Well, we're not arrived yet. Doesn't look like the center of the moon, though, does it?
This is the moon of the 13th.
It is. Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground I leave to you all.
Space Dragon, away! So the reason why I want to highlight that we entered the void by flying into the middle of the moon, and we came, like, out there, like, specifically a distance away, is because Y'shtola's logic in putting a portal on the moon was both because there was the amenities to actually make that happen, but also because her argument was that if you make a portal on the moon, then the portal on the other side should lead to the moon. Which means that if we put a portal to, like, in Old Sharlayan, then presumably we would land wherever the equivalent to Old Sharlayan would be in the void, right? Now, that acceptable. The problem is, this moon is basically identical to our moon, except there are some things missing, but even the craters look the same, right? So why is it that our portal didn't appear down there? Like, why is it our portal appeared there, like completely detached from the moon, and not down there? I'm just saying, it's a little strange, isn't it? It can, of course, very easily be excused with, it's a game. It looks cooler like this. And it would be weird if we just dumped right into the bottom down there. The surface of the moon is a grim shade of crimson, a consequence of the flood of darkness, perhaps. Gee, guys, I don't know where to look. Like, let's check the red moon sand over here. Like, I don't know where else I should possibly bother looking. Like, I couldn't really imagine. That is true, Hazian. That is a possible reality. It's because it's not an exact point to portal appearance. It would be just relative, especially since they're separate celestial bodies. It's also possible that the reason why the portal appears slightly to the side is because by the time we actually, like, if the wormhole from the source to the 13th takes some time, and by the time the portal appears over in the void, the moon has moved. Like, that could also make sense. It also adds an additional question, because if this moon correlates to the moon in the source, and the moon in the source, remember, is created by Hydaelyn, does that mean that if you build a moon in the source, that it will appear in all of the reflections? Or is the moon here because because the moon that Hydaelyn made, she made before the Sundering? Or what's going on there? Like, it adds further questions, right? It's a little strange. But again, it's very easy to solve by saying it's a game. Like in this case, there is probably an explanation, it's just not that important. There is a moon in the 13th. It might not be artificial. And also true, Graha didn't get you to the Crystal Tower either, even though he literally tries to port you to him. No matter how you strain your eyes, you spy no signs of life. In all directions extends a desolate waste without end. Each moon had a shard of zodiac. That's true. That does explain that one. She probably did it in that specific order. That would make a lot more sense. And she imprisoned him on the moon and then split him. Which would mean that she had to make the moon first. Hazian says, can we go to the first moon for 7.0? No, we can't. The only spot there is space for a portal. We currently have one that goes to the void. You hold your breath in an attempt to catch the faintest noise. Save for the sounds of your comrades, there's nothing. So far you have failed to find any clues as to Ajdaya's whereabouts. Perhaps Zero has noticed something you missed. Oh, no, that's impossible. She couldn't possibly have found something that we have overlooked. No, 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 no. Like, could you imagine if there was anything other than red moon sand? Oh wow, there's a hole, like a whole crater in the middle of the moon. Incredible. How did you find this, Zero? What was your inspiration? Don't push me.
The chasm has caught your attention as well. There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the Cradle of Darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths. Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
Space Dragon! Whee!
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee. Climb on, my friends. Asdaya is here, within this chasm.
Hero landing. Sister. It is I, Vitra. I've come to rescue thee.
You were entrusted with Ajdaya's eye, were you not?
No, my dreams of 8 stardivers. What? How? Vitra, wherefore art thou here? Oh, thank goodness. 'Tis thee, dear sister, truly thee. How long have I dreamed of this moment? Would that I could have found thee sooner, but I am here now. Let us return home together. The thought filleth me with joy, but I fear it cannot be. Not even with a dragon's might can these chains be broken. For they are forged of the very will of the man named Golbez.
So this is indeed Golbez's domain.
Who are these? Thou keepest company with mortals? I do. They are my stalwart allies, without whom I could not have come this far. Is that so? Then much time hath passed indeed. That was very fast. It does feel like only yesterday that we were fighting the Void-Sent hordes the men of Alak had unleashed on Mirasidia. Desperate to save Tiamat, I flew into this lightless world to strike at the heart of the Cloud of Darkness's forces. But the Void-Sent I slew returned again and again, and before I knew it, the rift betwixt worlds had closed. I was stranded, bereft of strength. Thou didst save the lives of full many, sister. Today, we abide in harmony with men, working side by side and forging enduring bonds. Indeed, in the course of searching for thee, I did cross paths with many a noble mortal, with whom I built a nation of rich diversity. To thee I would show it, my beautiful Ratzathan. I shall not rest until thou art free. When Golbez found me collapsed, the darkness ravaging my wounds, he spoke and said, "'Tis but a matter of time before you turn, but I have the power to stop it." And he did, for a price. I would remain myself, but bound. An everlasting feast for his minions, who supped upon my ether over thousands of years.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
If such is thine attempt at encouragement, mortal, then thou art as graceless as Nidhogg. Well, you are so close to the truth there, Zdire. Twas Golbez who did weave this spell, and so his defeat should serve to unravel it. Would it suffice as a show of spirit were to reveal what I know of the villain?
Now there's a start. So, what can you tell us?
Mayhap, in order to sustain the magic, he cannot travel far from this place.
Do es I nesh igor sorn, ka som ul mo go.
He doth prefer to send minions to carry out his will, but on occasion will himself ascend to the moon's surface.
Skom les sam an, som du ortas sis.
And every time, without fail, he will visit the same location to the south. Something of import lieth there, doubt not.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
Dragon language sounds like Simlish to me when I'm focused on something else. You know, I was about to say it sounds very nonsensical, at least. I feel like they say a lot of an, un, in, on things. Like it sounds very, very, very samey, which makes it strange that they can convey so much information. But as far as I know, it is a language that they have actually built so that it makes sense. It just sounds nonsensical. Yeah, exactly, Lemon. An, o, in, a, I, o, on. What did he say? Oh, I just went to the grocery store and bought some meat. What? Just ask Vitra to give you his eye. And also Orion says, small guy holding a half-eaten eye behind her back. Who, me? Ting tang, walla walla bing bang. Close enough. The others have already begun searching for clues. Let us do the same. I'll take charge of this area. If you could see to the south. Yeah, the trial is coming up soon, so if there's any of you that would like to come along for it, it might not be a bad idea to start, like, thinking of making your way. There's still a lot of cutscene, but, you know, it is this quest. A glint from beneath the rock catches your eye.
Did you find something?
It's literally a grave.
A memoria. But whose?
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools. Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
In death, may your soul find salvation.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
Come now, we are all shaped by these dark times more than we would care to admit. I choose to believe that, had these men known peace and plenty, they would not have been consumed by mistrust and avarice.
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then. Like so many others. But we will end it.
Thank you. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones.
Who's that?
Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts Memoriats taken by darkness.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you.
Is that so?
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Even when we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era.
Only a precious few memorials remain who cling to the light. Would that we could have won her over.
We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron.
Sure you can, Angel.
Had another vision of the past, did you? What? I was in it. It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this memoria is...
So, you have come. You, who would oppose our crusade.
Tranquil.
Sister! It's very red. The pants! Oh, it's you! Weird.
You. I know you.
In the mountains.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriat who vanquished my minions, correct?
And what if I am?
Then I would bid you join me as a child of our world and slave to the wheel Fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Fight with you? More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes? When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
Speak plainly, jailer.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
Azaya, no!
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
Mitra, thou must flee.
Rise, O Shadow Dragon, and obey.
Look at that, she even kept sort of her form.
Kill him.
Sister, please!
Damn you!
Huh.
Keep our guests occupied.
Save her, I beg thee. Save my sister.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you.
I guess that really is mage armor. Also the jailer. Different game. But close enough. I get the joke. I love how he raises you into the sky. You think it's a cube, it's a circle, but it's a cube.
Face me.
Rest assured, I need no invitation. Come, face me! Yeah, exactly, I'm already facing you. What are you talking about?
Accursed light.
You've heard of Entrance Square, which is round. Now, get ready for the Circular Arena, which is a cube.
You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy, our agony. You will not deny us our release.
Jojo pose! Yeah, that is true, Hazian. It's just... Well, I'm gonna let you get ready. Who else wants to come along? So Angel wants to come along. What is the name of the character? You are already in a party. Did you have a friend you also wanted to bring? There we are. Now the question is, do we have 2 tanks and 2 healers and 4 DPS? Oh, we actually do. That is actually incredible. We actually literally have 2 healers, 2 tanks and 4 DPS. Did people like switch jobs as they joined, or is this just incredibly coincidental? A perfectly balanced party, as all things should be. Now we even have at least one of each DPS type. Well, except, yeah, we have 2 dancers, but that's fine. It's time for Blade! By the way, that sword looks very reminiscent of Durante's sword in that flashback, doesn't it? Knight in Black, Bulbous.
Expect no mercy. To destroy you, I shall bring my all to bear. Come, warriors from beyond the rift.
It's the thought and pose. Oh, you got it. Are we going? Do you want a pull timer? Is that it? I think Tracy is going to be really bad.
If you would oppose
the technical finish ran out just as you pulled.
This place shall be your tomb.
It's okay. He will be fine.
I will free us from
whoops.
the wheel.
It's Blade! It is Blade! But it's only one blade, because this is normal.
Where my Rhine-kissed blades? I will suffer no obstacles.
Singular blade! Another singular blade!
No matter the foe, I will stay the course.
In the feint!
Let lightning surge!
Blade! It's Blade again! Oh boy.
Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow.
Oh yeah, it's a cutscene in this version.
Hero's blade, I bring my people liberation. You shall know true terror.
Umi, it's alright. Perfectly fine. There's no harm in it. It was very sad for me to watch the standard step and the technical step just take out. If that is still what you're talking about, if you're talking about boss mechanics, doesn't matter either. We're having fun. And I'm getting hit. Oh, uh-oh.
Extinguish your light.
Right. I got confused because I'm used to having the meteors on different sides.
A raging gale to rend you
Thank you.
asunder.
The big difference in that mechanic compared with the double towers compared to Extreme is that on Extreme you have everyone occupied with something to the point that you have 5 people that need to soak a tower, and you have literally only 5 people to spare. Whereas on normal you have 7 players to spare. So that helps a bit. Nice.
A raging gale to rend you asunder. Be gone.
Ow.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom.
Oh, apparently it was too close.
This place shall be your tomb.
I suppose that makes sense, Lemon, if you're used to playing like with loud music or something, then you wouldn't be very well acquainted with the sounds of mechanics.
My meteors will extinguish your light.
Limit break! And hopefully we will not need it for a race in a moment. That is the classic.
Come forth, my servant of shadow.
Probably have been a good idea if I actually had flipped my Gaiskaku order before. Nice.
My power. Even my blade. So, this is the limit of my defiance.
So that is true, Asian. If you mess up whichever mechanic that leads up to the to the double meteors, as it is, then you wipe. That is absolutely how it goes on Extreme. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming along. It was very fun. His blade disappeared. Thank you for coming, Hoshi. And have a nice day, evening, night, or whatever for you as well.
All right.
What's happening?
At last, the moment is at hand. You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late will you look to the chasm. You've won the battle, but I win the war.
Stop this. I beg of thee, let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return. And so it has coalesced, giving rise to a mighty void scent. Now feast. Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it. From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge, one who shall tear down the barrier between worlds. Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld. Zeromus! Awaken!
Not to be confused with Zero. That's big nose.
No matter how powerful, a void scent can be sealed in Memoria.
Oh.
Damn it. It's too strong.
Our warding scales may not hold. Not against a void scent born of Zodiac's ether.
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
I will return, sister, and I will save thee. This I swear. So, the thing that I was a bit surprised by is because when I originally saw that cutscene, I was very confused about the Memoria that dropped from Zero when she got hit. And I thought, wait, did her scythe turn into a Memoria or something? Like, what happened there? Did she, like, take a piece of it and turn into Memoria? What was it? But then I realized that that Memoria was not the same purple as all the other previous Memoria. And the only other Memoria we've seen that looked like that was the one with the memory with Durante and Golbez in it. Exactly, it was his friend. Oops. What a shame. We made it back safely at least. Yeah, the reason why it surprised me is because originally when I saw it, I didn't actually notice that Zero ended up with the Memoria in hand. Like, I didn't actually remember that. So, like, it just seemed random, like, why was she carrying a Memoria? But now I realized, oh. In light of this development, that we escaped with our lives is an accomplishment unto itself. Would that we could have anticipated Ashtaya's yearning to return home could be manipulated in this fashion. Alas, we must now contend with a newborn Voidsent hell-bent on breaching the rift. And one with such prodigious strength, Zeromus is unlike anything I have ever seen. So named for an ancient hero, as Golbez said, though none can say if there is even a sliver of truth to the legends. Perhaps Golbez chose it in the hopes that his champion will do that which no one could in the Contra Memoria, save the world. But a true hero would not damn another world to save his own. And we're not about to let that happen, but regardless, we need to regroup. Aye, loath though I am to admit it, we are in no state to face a Voidsent of Zeromus' might. Vitra not least of all, in body and mind both. For now, let us return to Radzatan and take stock of the situation. Very well. Caetsu, might I trouble you to head to Bestway's Burrow and apprise Urianger of the situation? The rest of us shall tend Vitra's wounds before returning to Radzatan. Pray join us there anon. Vitra like, oh, I have to fly all the way back, and later I'll have to fly back here again. Oh. Yeah, I can't remember. Did I say that? Thank you all for joining for the trial, by the way. I really appreciated that. It was really nice. Ah, Caetsu, thou art returned. I'm pleased to say it has been blessedly uneventful in your absence, but more importantly, what of your mission in the void? Heavens forfend that Ashtaya should be used to birth a dread Voidsent born of Zodiac's residual ether. Though we could not have predicted this outcome, there is one small mercy, the Voidsent containment seal, as we employed the self-same brands that once imprisoned Zodiac in its creation. The seal should serve to hinder Zeromus. Yet, for how long, none can say, for our enemy's strength is unknowable, whilst the barrier was erected in haste. Thou shalt rejoin our comrades anon to deliberate measures, yes? Then I shall remain here to maintain my vigil over the seal. Should we observe signs of an impending incursion, rest assured I shall send word without delay. Go well, my friend. I'll probably call you in about 2 months. Look, it's Caetsu telling us what channels it has watched today. In the real? Wow! It is me, Caetsu. I have returned from my pilgrimage momentarily to watch some YouTubes with too many Z's. Weirdly. Ah, Mistress Caetsu, we've been expecting you. When the satrap and your comrades returned earlier, I couldn't help but notice that they were in low spirits. I hope it is nothing too serious. But forgive me, you must be eager to join them. If you would follow me. Enter Megaduta. Caetsu returns to Prague, the latest tier with us. that would be funny. I've come for some savage Prague. A good white mage, you know.
Do you remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of Voidsent that dwelled in my domain? Ciriato devoured Farfarello, and in so doing he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbariccia. For as you know, when a Voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer. And when a Voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more. That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Ashdaya. And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus. While it is unsettling that a Voidsent could be born of Zodiac's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Urianger have aught to say? I see. If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Ashdaya's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light. And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light. The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. but only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
Fine by me. Come on then.
I see, Mia.
I shall not pass my time wallowing in despair. Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
I really like the idea of Gosetsu. He actually went on his pilgrimage as an excuse to Prague, like be a savage raider, like a hardcore savage raider. That's actually where he left to. And yeah, that is true. He stopped being a samurai, and I can't remember if it's in a role quest line or if it's in the main quest, but at some point he is a white mage for you in a solo duty. Well, he uses white mage spells. So he's basically re-rolled to white mage because he no longer can bring himself to wield a sword. He passes at 50. I mean, it took a while to discover that you could clear top without healers. So as long as Gosetsu was in the world first race, he would have no issues finding spots, right? It's the ranged physical one, right? Azudaya is my sister, and long have I dreamed of saving her. Alright, Meteon, you have been acknowledged, you are here. But if I am to do so, I must be better than I have been. Blessed though I am to have you and yours as comrades, I cannot well ask you to lift me up every time doubt and despair creep into my heart. I won't falter again, this I swear. I will hold fast to my conviction, Caetsu, and I pray that you will stand with me to the last. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th,
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil. But what is another moment on this long journey I have endured? It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain. As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
From light's embrace to shadow's deep, a world to save, an oath to keep. That's that. We did it! We finished the main scenario quest. Ta-da! When did we do episode 1? It took around 10 months and like 24 days. 10 months and around 24 days. The 6.5 is cancelled. Well, time to make a new character. Start again. Oh man, I think if I were to make a new character to run the MSQ again, I don't think I would take as much time. Maybe it would be fun to see how quickly you can run through it, but I don't think I will. I don't think I will do the entire MSQ from start to finish in this way again. Femro character called Big Guy. That's a pretty good one. Licky says, how long until Blue Mage patch? Well, normally the point X5 patches come out in the middle of a major patch cycle, as far as I know. And 6.5 should come out like in 2 months, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, since 6.5 should be coming out 4 months after 6.4, and well, I don't know about you guys, but my main has 8 of those normal rate knives, so 6.45 should be coming at any moment, really. Like, they should be coming. Like, I'm actually wondering when they're going to announce it. Because 6.5 should be in around 2 months. I'm pretty sure. Right? Okay, Black says unlock flying. That might be the project. I do however, have a feeling that there is another pressing... Oh, we got the card. Nice. Neat. Excellent. I think we have another pressing matter before we start chasing flying, and it looks like this. I'm thinking inventory clear. It's finally time. Wait, what on? What? Why? Why do I have that? When did I get this? This drops from random dudes in like random like level 40, 50-ish Guardians in AR areas. What? Why do I have that? When did I pick that up? Right. first up is let's fix and sort so that any gear that our retainer might be interested in having, she can have. Then, after that, we will look into getting rid of most everything else that we ourselves do not need. Why? Why? Kai, from like half a year ago, why? Why all this? Why do I have so... Why? why did I save all these? We don't need all these rings. What on earth are you doing? Alright. Weapons. We actually have quite a bit sorted already. Well, we can swap those two. Don't need that. Well, actually, yeah, we'd rather have that. Inventory clear any percent. You know, if I can do it in under an hour, then it's faster than last time we did it. We have only done one full inventory clear on Smol Kai, as far as I remember. And I'm pretty sure that this is what we had left when we finished that. Alright, Tracy, thank you for coming. And have a good day or night. And thank you, Levin. Many of these weapons are kept simply because we have a ridiculous amount of weapon space, and it's nice to have some weapons to get some jobs started. But many of these armor pieces we simply do not need. So those we can easily get rid of. Nice. And if you're wondering why I'm moving the gear into my inventory, it's an easier way to keep track of what I have or have not sorted. Then I just dump everything that I'm not keeping out somewhere. Figure out something to do with it. Give it to an orphanage or something. What? Did I not? Okay, apparently we didn't get pants. Strange. Why did I keep these? So much loot. We got a lot of the Vanospati gear, didn't we? Hey, Coco. So much loot to sort. Oh, we're actually pretty close already. I think that works. It's a little difficult with this part because you don't actually have that much of that kind of gear anyway. That is very random things to find on your retainer, isn't it? Right. Next up is what of all this gear can we give to our Grand Company? Oh, nice. Nice and all that. We don't run out of those. Very nice. That is still a lot of stuff. This cannot be sold. This cannot be sold. This cannot be sold. So next we go to the markets and see. Oh, look there, there's Lanak. Hey, a cookie! Yay! Actually, I think, don't we have that? Yeah, we do! We have Eat Cookie! We have something! We have an emote! Lanak, actually, I remember it's been a while since they participated in Smol Caetsu's journey. Back in Stormblood, they helped with one of the dungeons. I'm pretty sure they joined me for the Susano fight. But they stopped following along with the journey because they fell behind Smol Caetsu's point in the journey of the main quest. Actually, that's dye. We might want to keep that. How doth one filter equipment? Does it sell for some filter equipment and items? Does it sell for something? Then sell it. Does it not? Then get rid of it. That is probably not worth any. Why? No one will buy that. I didn't think so. That is an interesting icon for a mossy stone greatsword, don't you think? A greatsword crafted from giant skull, a type of stone found on Thavnir. It is so covered in moss as to be rendered unusable. Yeah, I know, if it looks like a bag. And I don't think you can use it for anything. Asian says, what are you going to be doing with Smol Caetsu now that you're done? Well, we have basically done nearly no side quests. So that is probably what we're going to be doing next. Well, his name said to pat him, so. But yeah, side quests. That one is. Hey, Lana. That one is pretty surefire. Like we talked about, maybe we should actually unlock flying everywhere. Maybe we should like do raids like Alexander, Omega, Eden, Pandemonium, stuff like that. Level alt jobs. Like that, there is a reason why we sometimes level Black Mage. It's because there was like other stuff to do. And it was just one of the things to do on a character. We could we could farm mounts, but I'm certainly not going to aim for that. It is simply too time-consuming for an alt like Smol Caetsu. Smol Caetsu is probably only going to be doing casual content for the most part. I would much rather invest the energy in doing hard content on my main. But yeah, that would be the aim. Do like unlock other stuff on Smol Kai. There's also the opportunity to just, you know, do whatever. One of the problems with having the MSQ is that, just like it is for any player, it is almost like a looming objective, like hanging over your head all the time. Like everything, like every time I'm doing something, I could be doing main quest. And that means that, for example, we could arrange to do anything with Smol Kai. Like, there's probably a good chance that if we're just doing something social, that I would just use my main instead. But we could plan stuff and not have anything in particular planned for Smol Kai. But now that we don't have main quest, which is always a priority, there's no reason to go, well, you're just standing around, you could do your main quest. Now we can do anything. And we have mostly fixed up our inventory. Mostly. That is an interesting choice, Kai, from like half a year ago. The caster armor, tank accessories, and then caster armor again. Nice. And it looks like we actually also got caster accessories. Weird. Oh, right, because we could have both. But yeah, Asian, we literally just laser focused the main quest. The only times Black Mage has been played is that there has been like 1 or 2 intentional side quest streams ever. Everything else that has been done with Black Mage has been like, oh, we just finished an entire expansion. Let's start the next one on the next stream. So instead, we just level Black Mage for a bit. Stuff like that. But we certainly don't need this. So we could actually unpack this and give that to our Grand Company. Maybe also keep it for glamour, I don't know. Let me actually just put it here for now, then we can figure it out later. Well, we have like some time. We could unlock some flying. What? Alright. Well, let's start with the Heavensward zones. That's a good place to start. I guess. And we just do it with Black Mage, then the XP doesn't go completely to waste. Now the question is, are the 3 blue quests that would exist in the zone, are they all the flying related quests? But that's one, let's do that. Do you have a moment to talk? A short while ago, one of the workers from House de Vale asked me to go and deal with some Mildons that had been causing trouble. The Black Iron Bridge barely survived the calamity. It is in desperate need of repairs, but the upland Mildons roam far too close to it. The craftsmen can't work safely. Someone needs to kill them. The Mildons, that is. It's in desperate need of repairs, but the upland Mildons roam far too close to it. The craftsmen can't work safely. Someone needs to kill them. The Megalodons, that is. Not the craftsmen. I'd ask the Dragoons to do it, but they're so busy it'd be weeks before they found the time. I'd do it myself, but there's so many of the beasts that I fear I'd be swarmed and outnumbered. You're a capable woman. Would you be so kind as to thin them out somewhat? If you were to kill, say, 3 of them, I think I'd be able to finish off the rest myself. Oh. Lag out. I will... Oh, wait. You might be careful as ninja at level 36, because I cannot fly over the mobs, remember, Ymir. And there are a lot of people unlocking Alexander right now. Huh. Well, I think what we would do in such a situation is that we would take like a stream to unlock either all of Alexander or most of Alexander. I'm not actually sure how long the story takes, but the 12 fights on their own would take like 2 hours. Like if we assume each fight takes around 10 minutes, all included, right? So that would leave 4 hours for story stuff. Assuming we don't spend time queuing, I think. And I can't remember how involved the Alexander story is, if it's like actually 4 hours. And I imagine most players unlocking Alexander do the button mash move. Bruh. Survives with like 1 HP. That was that. Then we go over here to pick up the remaining 2 quests. Yeah, unlocking flying is not a bad idea. That makes everything else easier. Oh boy. Are there mobs down there? Yes. Ow. Ymir, you are inviting death by being a level 36 job in the Magic School boss. The reason why I'm warning you like that is because in my experience, whenever I've had passengers on the Magic School Bus, mobs tend to focus whoever's in the drive, like whoever's in the guest seats. For some reason, they will always do that, and they are absolutely willing to attack you. Especially if you're kind of low level. Did I miss the way up? This is like a cutscene. Yeah, kind of. Oh. Did Emia hop off? Oh. Want to hop up, do you? Well, there's plenty that needs doing, and killing besides. I'm sure you've noticed that dragons aren't the only thing we have to contend with out here. Take the polar bears, for example. They come here looking for an easy meal drawn by the smell of our cook fires, and then raid our stores. Think you could thin their numbers a little? Killing 4 or so of them should suffice. You'll be compensated for your troubles, of course. Wow! What an adventure! I remember you. How could I forget? You're the last who was in the Azure Dragoons company. Since you're here anyway, perhaps you might like to try your hand at a spot of hunting before you depart. See for yourself what life is like for us convictors. The Dravanian horde is stronger than you might expect, unless you've been at it for years, like I have. I think it prudent to start with something simple and then work your way up to dragons. I suggest rooms. Slay 3 of those and then come back here. Consider it a warm-up. Rooms are the slime blobs, aren't they? Oh look, there's a polar bear there. Excellent. Oh, Lemon's here. We have our little adventuring party. Out, going nowhere and everywhere. Killing 4 polar bears and 3 slime blobs. I wonder if they expected a light party to show up when they just asked, oh, the savior of the world. Nerd. Where's the slime blobs? Slime blobs are this way. The slime blobs are this way. Ram, ram, ram. Pew. Nice. Now we just have to go back and tell them that we did it. What a quest. What a ridiculous quest. It's really silly. Like, given that I feel like many of the ether current quests in Endwalker had a little bit more meat to them, it is very surprising to have quests like this where they're literally I don't know, kill 3 bears. Well, 4. Well, you're certainly more reliable than any lordling I've ever met. They've only got eyes for dragons, even though I tell them time and again that if no one sees to those bears, there'll be nary a scrap to eat, but do they listen? I dare say everyone around here could stand to be a little more like you. Well, I said you'd be compensated. I'm true to my word. I trust you'll consider this fair remuneration for your efforts. Food! Oh, bacon bread. Nice. Sweet. Oh, milk. Nice. Slain those rooms already, have you? How did you find them? Did they put up much of a fight? Good work, lass. Clearly the Azure Dragoon doesn't travel with mere amateurs. It sounds like those rooms barely put up enough of a fight to be considered a proper warm-up. You clearly know what you're doing. If you want to try your hand at hunting down some dragons, speak with me again sometime. Probably won't. Back to deliver the last quest. You've
already killed 3 of them? Thank you ever so much. You're not injured, are you? Here, please take this. It's your cut of the fee for the work. Incidentally, did you happen to see the farm on the far side of the bridge? Those Melodons have made it difficult to access that area, and the bridge has been left to fall apart. After we repair the bridge, one day we might be able to rebuild that farm. You probably won't. Hey! 1 flying area. 1. Let's do Dravanian Forelands next. Just because it's there. Yeah, 2 out of 24, true. In this one, we're even missing actual currents. And 4 quests. Let's see. 1 there. I'm pretty confident. Is that one of those? The 3rd there? Wait. Oh boy. Oh, he has 2. One of my men was attacked by a chocobo. You might think that's a common story, what with all the hunting we do, but I'm told this one was unnaturally big. Of course, in the end, size don't matter. We can't be having our quarry stalking us. That's why I'm planning to capture the beast before it harms any more of my men. I already know you as a reliable handler of the birds. That's why I need your help tracking it down. Think you can lend old Mars Chump a hand one more time? If the prospect piques your interest, it'd be best to start off by asking the leaders of my camps what they know of the monster. Come back and share your findings with me when you're done. What about the other quests? Oh, perfect. I see you've been making the rounds, getting to know the hunters in these parts. Well, how'd you like to help a real hunter? I'm overseeing the three camps set up to the east, but the lazy sods ain't sent me a report in over a fortnight, and I'm too bleeding busy to be playing messenger. You look right fierce enough to get the information out of them. It's a simple job that'll earn you some coins. Can't rightly say no to that. If that tickles your fancy, then you'll need to talk to the leaders of each camp. Leonulf, Gwyneret, and Imbert. Hear what they have to say and get back to me when you're done. Look at the dogs. You can fly alongside if you want. You can also get in the van. It's all preference. Let's grab the ether current first. I think both of the quests actually address the southwest. Never mind. We'll grab that when we're in that area. From the way I heard it, one of the hunters was attacked unprovoked and got knocked unconscious by a single kick. I'd never heard of a chocobo doing that. Oh. Hey, things are going well enough. Been running into a bit of trouble with those giant bugs in these woods, though. Excellent. Oh. Is that not traversable? I don't think we will finish getting flying in all of Heavensward tonight, but we'll get some part. All right, go.
Good night to you. That cage there. Blasted chocobo pulled the door right off its hinges. Most like it was trying to rescue the bird inside. Nothing out of the ordinary here. There's just the one bird that won't shut up. Haven't been able to catch a wink for all its bloody screeching. And this is kind of the reason why we never really went out of our way to get all of the ether currents in the different zones. Because it's... like, imagine that we did MSQ, and then when we have the capacity to unlock flying in a zone, we just do that instead of the MSQ. It would be like, in terms of the pacing of the story, how on earth am I supposed to get up there? But in terms of the pacing of the story, it grinds it to a screeching halt. Because it is just, oh, talk with these three guys, I guess. Which is not a... that's a fine MMO quest, but in comparison to the spectacle that is the MSQ, you know what I mean? That bird ain't scared of us, That bird ain't scared of us hunters, I can tell you that much. It's rare one of us comes away from an encounter with it unscathed. Had ourselves a bit of an incident the other day. Some fiend came stomping out of the tree line and gobbled up one of our fresh-caught birds. Wasn't a damn thing we could do about it. If we're going to keep on in this area, we'll need some extra hands. You tell the chief that. We can hand both of those in later. Next to grab this. The reason why I was a little curious on this one is because it looks like there's 2 plus quests. I'm pretty sure one of them unlocks the tribe and the other one is an ether current. And we only really want to do the ether current one at this point. And I couldn't see that there were 2 quests. The reason why was like, it didn't, like, stolen munitions doesn't really sound like a quest that unlocks tribes, does it? Meanwhile, the naming of Vath does sound a lot more like that. Though we are not each other's thoughts, generous hunter, you somehow know that we need help. Our weapon stocks are wanting. We need more. I would make a request of you. Please bring us muskets with which to defend ourselves. You can take them from the Nath nearby. 2 would be sufficient. Just 2? Also, nearby. Can you go down the street and grab me 2 guns? That'll be sufficient to protect our nest. With like 50 people in. Just 2. Also, by the way, when I mean down the street, I mean in the other end of the zone. Exactly, Haitian. Oh, what I mean by down the street is another zip code. Just keep walking. You're basically almost there. Trust me. I feel like I remember that we actually saw the ether current for this one. And I was like, kind of already on my way out, so it's like, nah, we'll get it at another time. Like, I don't care. And wouldn't you know? Uh-oh. Another time has finally arrived. Money! Money! Or maybe it wasn't this. Maybe we just missed this one. I think maybe we got... Like, I used the compass to find my way here, and then I saw that we had to, like, climb all the way into this nest, and I was like, nah, we'll come back later. It might be pretty funny if someone, like for someone who watched through the series, to be like, hey, wait a minute, I remember this. That is really, really silly. Like, oh yeah, you did. Because the benefit, like, if someone, hypothetically, I know there are some that enjoy that, but if someone hypothetically enjoyed watching these streams, there are, well, 48 episodes plus a little bit extra, and you could watch like 4 of them, well, 3 of them in a day if you just sat down and binged like your favorite anime or something. Not that I anticipate that people would specifically do that, but you could do that. And if you did that, you could watch the entire series of this in like 2 weeks, which meant that, well, for me, it's like, oh yeah, at some point last year, I feel like we entered Stormblood before 2023, or something like that. Which means that it's like over half a year ago that we were here. For me to go, nah, I'm not grabbing that ether current. It's too out of the way. just walk. Rolls D100. 79 blocks. Yeah, hypothetically. You could do that. I know Alif enjoys putting on a stream. I know Nimyaoi does. But I believe Nimyaoi is behind on MSQ compared to Smol Caetsu. That's why they don't tend to not watch it live. Why didn't I teleport here? That was really dumb. Lemon says, I've been hearing someone get on and off a mega sheep amount in the distance, and then I realized it was me. Oh. Oh yeah, like you can hear your mount on the stream. I sense a great power within you. Yes, you will make a suitable adversary. Our younglings must learn the hardships of battle. You will find them just beyond the tower. Go, and hold nothing back. Oh, there. How about I grab the ether current first? Yeah? Wait. It's north. Wait. Yeah, I know there are some that enjoy putting on, like, for instance, rewind, replay. Yeah, Orion, the instant I read that quest, I was like, I'm pretty confident that the mobs will have their death animation play. Thank you, Mia. I started turning the boss the moment that I read the first wrong area. I was looking at this strangely because from over here, this doesn't look like a bridge. So I was like, I don't remember there being like just like a window that served no purpose, but I don't know. I don't remember traversing this tower very well on ground. So I couldn't remember if I just had forgotten that it existed. I feel like I remember how this one might have gone down. Something to the effect of maybe I was over there, like sort of already passing, and then I see the ether current, and then I see there's mobs next to it, and I'm just like, I can't be bothered to grab this right now. I'll get it later. There's actually quite a lot of that, apparently, in the earlier parts of Smol Caetsu's journey. And I was like, I'm going to pull that if I try and grab the ether current. I'll get it later. To be fair, no reason to spend all that time on grabbing an ether current when you don't need it until like 8 months later or something. You know what I mean? Well, maybe not 8 months. I just remember that I'm pretty sure that we entered Heaven's Ward before 2023, and we entered Stormblood before 2023. But I can't remember the exact details. But I do remember that we had talks about that when it started to reach December. Like, oh yeah, we can do this in time. It's been a long journey. But just around, actually. It took around 13 days of playtime. But we have actually a ridiculous amount of content that we could do. So like, just because we've finished the main quest does not mean that Smol Caetsu is done, necessarily. Comes down to if people want to watch it, of course.
I don't understand. Man is not fit to battle with dragons. Nevertheless, I will do as Father asks.
You got it, buddy. How many days? 13 days. Of playtime. Next.
How dare you do such a thing to Comgarden? You may have beaten him, but your games end here.
My games? My games of throwing giant fireballs.
What trickery is this? I will not let you make a mockery of me and my brothers. I'm bigger, so I have slightly more HP than the others.
And an explosion. Crap. Umia says I have 25 days. Well, Umia, you have multiple characters, don't you? Point of view level 53. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I wonder why they made quests scale to your levels in Endwalker, huh? Also really mean of their father. You'll do. You look pretty strong. The person that saved the world? You'll probably do to teach my kids. Money! So the younglings have learned their place. Do not worry, my intention is not to foster ill relations, but to teach. The younglings grow too prideful, doubting the strength of men, but thanks to you, they now understand. Hey! Back down the tower. Then we go to the Vath. Deliver that one. And then we deliver those two back at Marge Jump. And then I think it's about time that we round up the stream, actually. Oh. I thought for certain, Ymir, that you had, like, multiple characters that you played, like, occasionally. Maybe that's just all those characters called Ymir. It's all the other Ymirs. They're replicating. Have you the muskets? A queerly shaped firearm wielded by the beast tribe's fire drones. Thank you, Hunter. These we can arm ourselves, defend ourselves. We have the same blood as the Nath, but even we find it utterly unnerving, the way they think as one, the way they move as one. It is hard to imagine us as the same people. I'm just shoving my magic school bus into the building, don't worry about it. Just seems that Chocobo's been stirring up trouble all around the forest. While you were gathering information, I went out and checked the traps that are set up around Tailfeather. Ain't nothing left of him but scattered straw and broken wood. Can't say we've ever dealt with a problem like this one. Might be that this Chocobo is taking some kind of revenge on us hunters, and these acts are a means of provoking us. By all accounts, this Chocobo is stronger and more clever than the rest. I expect capturing it won't be a simple feat. So they've all got issues, but none of them thought to ask me for help. Do they think I'll bite off their heads or something? At any rate, I'd best prepare to round up the birds from each camp. Thanks again for your help, friend. Say, since you've already struck up an acquaintance with my people and all, maybe you'd be willing to lend them a hand. Seems they talk to you of their troubles readily enough. Oh boy, more quests. The quests are expanding. originally I played Final Fantasy XIV, started in Stormblood, and I specifically remember the release of Lighthouse, Ritorana Lighthouse from Ivalice, specifically because the free company I found myself in, everyone complained about the math robot. Like, it was very consistent. And then I also remember that the tank accessories, typically the crafted ones were better because you could melt strength on them, which was better than, like, you could overmelt strength on them, which was better than not being able to overmelt strength on them. And then I came back like shortly before Shadowbringers, after a break, shortly after Ritorana Lighthouse came out, I believe. I also tried Eureka when it was really, really new, when there was just the first 20 levels. It was okay. And I mostly played Paladin and Red Mage back then. And White Mage. I think that I will... what would be a good place for that? I think actually the Sea of Clouds might be a nice place for a fitting thumbnail. You can come along if you want. Oh yeah, that works really well. Perfect weather and everything. That is nice. Let me just see what I have to work with here. Cloud the sky in the Sea of Clouds. I mean, there are some clouds out in the distance. It's fine. You can be on the picture if you want, Lemon. It may be easier for you to be on the picture if you use something that makes you smaller, with it sitting or an emote that causes you to lower down. You can come too, Emir. I am in Camp Cloudtop. Oh yeah, perfect. we'll do with that one. It's actually Smol Kai calling all of her friends. Yeah, remember you can use a facial expression if you just write it. Oh, that person was also in the other zone. How random. Oh, that emote does not allow me to look at the camera. Alright, we'll try a different one. Actually, let's just use this one. Let's see. What happens if I turn this on? I just need to see... Right. It's because it would be weird if Lemon got, like, Smol Kai's shadow on their face. So then I wouldn't want to put a light there. That works. That sort of evens out the shadow from the right. And the bear's there. Excellent. Great. Actually, I would like another picture. Great! Then I have the pictures that I need. Then we just need to figure out where we put Smol Caetsu bed. Well, we're probably going to be continuing in Heavensward stuff, so the foundation is probably a good idea. Thank you for joining for the pictures. Right, so we have a few minutes left, so if there's anything you guys want to talk about before we end the stream, this is a great time to do that. Otherwise, depending on who is... I don't actually know if there's anyone in the stream that needs to hear it, but I always mention it anyway. If you enjoyed what you saw on this stream, enjoy the content on the channel, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where there is a channel dedicated to the weekly schedule that is updated every week. There's a channel dedicated to posting whenever I plan a stream, plan a video, there's a premiere coming up, or whatever it is. And there's also rooms to discuss all sorts of stuff. So you might have fun there. Yeah. And that's also where you will very easily find many of these wonderful people that you see in these streams. Including me! Shockingly. And if you liked this stream, you can also like the stream itself, you know, with the YouTube like button. That makes the YouTube algorithm happy. And I would appreciate it if you do. Yeah. I think that is everything that I have. Of course, tomorrow we have a premiere coming on the on discussing what makes a job difficult to play. That is of course a very subjective thing, but sometimes putting it into words helps. Because for some reason, even though it's very subjective, most people agree that Black Mage is really hard and Summoner is really, really easy. So there's probably a reason for that. So yeah, I hope you will enjoy that. And that is everything that I have. So if there's anything you guys want to talk about, I see Kitsuneko just reappeared. But yeah, anything you guys would like to talk about? We still have a few minutes left before we finish. Nemia says, I still think Gunbreaker is easy. That's fair. The thing is that... Oh, that's fine. that's fair, Kitsuneko. Devin says, I had a Bard question, but I don't remember what it was. Oh. Then I unfortunately can't answer it unless you remember it. If you remember it before the stream ends, make sure to let me know. If you remember it later, you can just put it in the classroom on the Discord server, and that also works. Yeah, Gunbreaker isn't like so the thing with Gunbreaker is that compared to Warrior and Paladin, Gunbreaker is like brutally difficult. In contrast, but that is also because Warrior is one of the easiest jobs in the game to play. Like, the only really hard aspect of playing the job is mostly the defensive part and like resource stockpiling, but basically all of Warrior is considered trivial, even the defensive part in some cases. Paladin is also surprisingly easy because of its really simple rotation nowadays. But Gunbreaker, you know, there's a lot more to keep track of in comparison. So it's more that Gunbreaker is really hard in contrast to Warrior and Paladin. That is also part of the reason why Dark Knight is really, really hard. Lemon says, I remember the song question used to be 43, 43, 34 for Wanderers, Mages, and Armies respectively. Is there a reason it changed to 43, 34, 43? Or has it always been 43, 34, 43 and I'm just silly? Before Endwalker, Mage's Ballad reset the cooldown on Bloodletter. And Bloodletter now, just to use like more comparable numbers. So right now, getting Repertoire on Wanderer's Minuet gives you 100 potency for 1 stack, 110 per stack if you go up to 2, and 120 potency per stack if you go up to 3. Right? So generally, you can say that that at best Wanderer's Minuet Repertoire is worth 120 potency with some discrepancy, so slightly less than 120 overall, right? Per Repertoire. Before Shadowbringers, Mage's Ballad reset the cooldown of Bloodletter, but Bloodletter didn't have a charge system, so that means that if Bloodletter was almost ready, then it would just reset the cooldown, it wouldn't be worth that much. If Bloodletter had just been used, it basically gave you 15 seconds of cooldown reduction, right? And because of how Repertoire worked in Shadowbringers, you could get multiple Repertoire procs in a single instant, if you multi-dotted, for instance, where Wanderer's Minuet had the benefit of you could use up to 3 procs at once for something. Mage's Ballad only benefited from 1, and just 1, because, you know, it reset the cooldown. But if we assume that Bloodletter is worth 110 potency, then the proc would still be worth that, right? So that would still be almost as good as Wanderer's Minuet. Now, Mage's Ballad only reduces the cooldown of Bloodletter by 7.5 seconds, so only half that, right? Alright, good night, Emir. We are also closing in just a moment in case you'd want to wait if we're just about to finish. We are finishing right after I've answered this Bard question. But because Mage's Ballad had basically its effect cut in half, that means that Repertoire is worth 55 potency for Mage's Ballad. This is of course a lot better on AoE, but on single target, it is worse than half of Wanderer's Minuet. Army's Paean is a lot more complicated to calculate, but assuming that the 4 procs happen in like a reasonable time frame, the cooldown reduction that Army's Paean provides reduces your cooldown to like 2.1, I believe. And a cooldown and a GCD of 2.1 will mean that within the time frame of Army's Paean, you will get like 1, 2, or 3, maybe even 4 extra GCDs. And I mean, Refulgent Arrow is like 300 potency, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. $280, which is way more than Bloodletter, right? So even if it takes a while to get that Refulgent Arrow out of Army's Paean, it is almost guaranteed to come up at least once, if not twice, in Army's Paean that you get that extra potency. And that is equivalent to like 4 or 5 Mage's Ballad procs. That is one part. Another part is that the only big benefit, the biggest benefit of the Mage's Ballad song is that I believe it has the best raid buff. And while that is not particularly super helpful in its own right, the fact that if you go 43, 34, 43 means that Mage's Ballad will just about cover the time frame where most other DPS will have their 1-minute burst. That means your Dragoon is going to have Lance Charge with Light of the Dragon. Your samurai will have a double Midara Setsugeka, they will be reapplying Higanbana, your warrior will have their inner release coming up, all of this stuff. So having Mage's Ballad, which has a superior damage buff for the raid, going rather than Army's Paeon, not that having Mage's Ballad for longer would change that, but that is part of the reason for the order as well. Like, that also matters. So there's a lot of things to think about, but the primary reason, Lemon, is in Shadowbringers, Mage's Ballad was kinda better. Like, it's pretty funny, because in Shadowbringers, people were like, oh man, if only Bloodletter had charges, then in Endwalker, game went, here you go, now Bloodletter has charges. Oh, another thing, Mage's Ballad sucks now. So it's like, players went, wah! Like, just, huh. The thing is that, in my opinion, the design where Mage's Ballad just reduces the cooldown and you have a charge system and all that is way nicer to play. Like, if you've played Black Mage at level 50, you'll know what I mean. If you have to be on edge, ready, like, to mash an ability on the off chance that it procs on every GCD, that sucks to play. Like, it might be fine damage-wise, but it sucks to play it for the most part. Like, I think it's fun to play level 50 Black Mage at times, but usually only for a little bit. Because of that. But basically for the entirety of Mage's Ballad was like that. Like, every GCD, oh, I have to make sure in case Bloodletter procs, I need to weave it. Every time. And I'm pretty sure, now that you mentioned the 43, 43, 34, I'm pretty sure that I included something like this, or at least mentioned or alluded to it in my original Archer Bard guide. Although Wanderer's Minuet would not be in that, because it didn't go to level 52. But yeah, I do remember that it used to be Army's Paeon was the short one. But it's literally because Army's Paeon is kinda decent, and Mage's Ballad got heavily nerfed. Bard was really interesting before Endwalker in terms of procs. If you like to see some math, Kai, you check the description of my original Archer Bard guide from Shadowbringers. Yeah, I can try and find the math for you as well, because it's a lot of statistics. I can also just explain it in the classroom if you like, if you think that would be fun. Right, so that was the full rewind replay adventure of Smol Kai. Now we only have side quests left, so thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you all have a good night or a good morning, afternoon, depending on when you are in the world. And with that said, the only thing we have left is to put Smol Kai to bed. So, good night. Good night. And thank you all for watching.